Meeting for County Commission will now come to order. Eddie, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. And those of you on, well, there's nobody.
They're all on there now.
Okay. Can everybody hear us out there? Somebody,
Yeah.
you usually have a list of people up there and I can call on someone to.
Oh, no.
This John Tuggle, I can hear you well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Eddie, exonerations.
It doesn't
Real
matter.
Well, I move that we approve the real estate exoneration. It's for a property that I guess was charged for a house and there was no house on it.
The house is there, it just wasn't there July the 1st.
Oh.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the property exonerations presented this morning by Eddie Young. All those in favor?
I make a motion to approve the personal property exoneration. There's many of them.
That's about a month.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, meetings are so far apart.
She only does that once a month.
Should I?
All right. We have a first and a second on doing, approving the property exonerations presented this morning by Eddie Young. All those in favor? Aye. Majority of these are erroneous assessment and double assessments. So that's the majority of them, right, Eddie? Okay.
I will. Okay, yeah, there are two refunds that were generated by those personal property. And I gave Amy copies of everything, so.
These are refunds.
Yes, sir.
I make a motion to approve Tina C's refund for $48.50 and Matthew Kessler
I second.
for $370.95.
Okay, we have a motion to second to approve the real estate transaction refunds that came from the property exonerations. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those have two copies.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
I remember
Just
that
a
now.
reminder. Okay. This is by the segregate. There's 2 or 3 of them there.
Do you have that on the agenda? I was just checking because it's not usually we have it specifically outlined, but we have another piece of the agenda. I don't see it.
It was on there, but but it's all under Eddie's.
Yeah, I know. I just
business.
want to make sure that we specifically have it in the future, that we have it outlined on there.
I had something that's probably not on the agenda. I'll bring it up and if you want to talk about it, that's fine. When the girls started queuing the new assessment sheets for 2022, people started turning their assessment sheets in. The vehicle prices just went boom. I mean, we're talking some of these big SUVs and trucks went up $14,000.
Yeah.
So it was happening all across the state. So the Assessors Association sent a letter to the state tax department.
Okay.
And asked if there was any relief that we could do to get those back to normal. Because we felt like that this anomaly that's going on with the shortage of new cars and the used car prices have gone through the roof, that, you know, that's not fair to somebody's got a car that's a year older and it went up $14,000. So finally, about the middle of September, they said that we could roll back to the 2020 values, which your car got a year older, you're not gonna see any depreciation, but it didn't go up. So we were able to do that. The problem that we have is we had already keyed about 2,000 assessment sheets. And now they need to be rekeyed. And we're not gonna be able to get it done. So I was gonna ask for a little bit of overtime, probably 40 hours. And it was, I don't know, I think it was less than $2,000. And we may not need it. We might be able to get it done, but I don't think we will.
Can we just put it on the agenda for the 27th?
And we can address it in the budget revision later if we see that he needs it. You don't even really have to do anything with it yet.
We're gonna try to get it done without any overtime, but I'd like to have that option out there if needed. This COVID thing keeps going like it is. We're almost down to nothing now, so.
Well, I'll tell you, yesterday I purchased them 2x4x8s and they're back down to $324 a piece. So wood's dropping in price. So that's a good thing.
All right, so
Okay, so I move that we, all three properties that are listed here are owned, every one they're trying to divide, combine, or segregate are by the same people. So that's
Second.
usually what I look for. So I move that we approve them.
A second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the combine, divide, and segregate land presented this morning by Eddie. All those in favor? Aye.
I do, yes. I'll get the,
okay, well, that'd be all I need, but thank you.
Yeah, but
You too. Thanks, Eddie.
I'll make a motion to approve payroll through the 15th.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve first half payroll payable on October 15th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Vouchers and invoices.
I move that we approve the vouchers and invoices. as presented.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the vouchers and invoices in a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Prior meeting minutes.
is that your sticky? Just read your sticky.
Okay. We have minutes available July 22nd, August 4th, August 25th, September 1, 15, and 29.
Okay, I move that we approve the minutes. I sent them out
I
a couple
second.
days ago.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve all of the minutes that were earlier listed. All those in favor?
Aye. And that should catch us up for today. I didn't realize we were so far behind. So
Okay, do we have any estate settlements?
Yes.
How many sheets this time? Oh, just one.
With the new small estate procedure, I don't think we're not having to do as many full estates.
I have no objections. I move that we approve the estate settlements. Do you want to take a look at the?
Nah,
Okay.
I second.
Okay, got a motion to second to approve state settlements. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hand those over, please. Okay,
Minutes,
Ruth?
Okay, the first item is a request from Region 4 for broadband last mile planning services from Regional Optical Communications. John Howell was on the line.
Is this, either I missed it. Do you have your stuff in here?
It's after.
Then you mark it with the.
I forgot to mark it this time.
This should be.
It's not too far back.
Oh, it's not separated?
I forgot
Yeah,
to,
it's
you forgot to
separated.
mark
Okay.
it starts. there.
All right, thank you so much. I like to be up to date.
Okay, I think John Howell- yeah, he's on there.
Mr. Tuggle,
Yes, I'm here.
how are you, sir?
Doing well.
Okay, would you like to address this?
Yes, this won't take long. This is just to make sure that the Fayette County is aware of an opportunity. It's hard to believe. It's been like 3 years since a study was done in particular in Fayette County by Design 9. And also we have with the Regional Optical Communications, that's the one that we contacted you about. That's the consortium of counties that went together on broadband planning in general in southern West Virginia. We're up to 15 counties now going together there. We had a study done that ended in 2019 that teed up actually 48 projects within the entire region. 26 of those are sort of in implementation, either got grants for additional design or actual construction through other agencies. And what we have before you for you to consider, I mean, it's just an offer that we think is worthy of your consideration. Just a background, all of our other counties are already in play with this. It's $3,500 to pay the consultant that we hired to do the original study we started in 2017. They finished the study in 2019. It's on the Regional Optical Communications website if you want to see that. It's a pretty elaborate study that does a good job explaining the needs in 2019. That has changed drastically since that time with all the programs and money flowing around for this type of activity for broadband implementation. And this $3,500 is just for our consultant to look at the areas that either are not considered served by the agencies that we deal with. That's the FCC mainly. And the areas that currently aren't under some program like the USDA Reconnect or the FCC RDOF. Those are just acronyms for various programs that are putting broadband in throughout the state. And this study would just look at areas that are outside anything that is already planned to be served or is already considered served, to let the county know where those are and basically it's updating our 2019 study is what it's doing. And that's what it's for. Again, it's we consider that a fairly small amount for what they're going to provide, but it's entirely up to you. You don't have to do it. It's basically all you'll end up doing is we'll send you the MOU that the other counties have signed, and what that does is it's an MOU between Regional Optical Communications and Fayette County. And then what will happen is the consultant will invoice Regional Optical Communications. We'll turn around and invoice you, and that won't happen until after they do the work. So that's what it's for. It's up to you. I'll take any questions.
John, like you said, this is the thing we started in 2017.
Correct.
And, we've been working on trying to get broadband in here for quite some time. I don't see any problem with the $3,500.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it either.
My concern is that this request, I think probably should have been, I know it's on our exhibit and it's been noticed, but because it's expenditure money and it's gonna be expenditure art money, right? So
It could be that, it could also be fully allocated to the structure. Like, I can find $30,000, so.
Oh, and Commissioner, I want to make it clear, we're not requesting that you do this. We're offering that you do this. It's not a request that you provide this dollar amount. It's just an offer that you have available to you to, bring the information that was developed in 2019 up to date. That's all.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion.
what is the timeline on the update?
Once we get the okay, we'll send you the MOU, then you can decide, I guess to sign it on a separate meeting, if that's the way you want to do it. And once you see it, it's a very simple MOU between Regional Office of Communications and the county. And then once that's signed, it's 30 days to turn around the information.
So they'll have 30 days to update it?
Correct.
So really what we need to do today is just move to, or, ask you guys to pursue this opportunity on our behalf.
That would be correct. And we will send you the document to sign, fixed up for signature and move forward from there. If that's what you want to do.
Just to make sure that goes through the prosecuting attorney before it comes to the commission.
No problem.
It can come
For
through,
us.
Ruth, but just, he needs to be able to have time to review it before we see it.
Understood.
Okay, I move that we ask Region 4 to pursue this opportunity on our behalf, but postpone allocating the money until we get it back on the agenda with an MOU in front of us.
A second.
Have a motion and a second that we take the MOU route instead of, okay, we can also have discussion now. John, I want one clarification, please.
Okay.
You said that we could go the MOU route and then we would be billed separately. Is it going to be more than 3,500 when we're billed?
No, it's the MOU is basically, we'll have 3,500 in the document and that'll be it. That's all there is. Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's what I wanted to.
I don't think it's a separate route. I think the MOU is just the document that's gonna, like our contract with them, basically, that they're gonna do
Correct.
the work.
That's a good way to put it, Commissioner.
Okay, we have a motion, the second, to accept the MOU from Region 4.
Nope.
All those in favor?
But we aren't moving to accept the MOU from Region 4. We're moving to ask Region 4 to get an MOU, to seek an MOU. This is a copy of a sample MOU, but I don't think this is ours, is it, John?
If it's got your name at the top, it may be. We may have already sent it to you. It's been a while since
It has a
been,
signature on it. That signature line on it. So.
it may just be
Yeah.
a sample.
Okay, it does have our name on the top, but it doesn't have a signature line or anything. So, so I guess, if you could get us an updated MOU so the prosecuting attorney could look at it.
We'll do that right away. Thank you.
Okay. So do we want to just postpone the agenda item until we get the MOU? Because you're right, you're reading it and it said MOU on it, but it doesn't have any, it's not.
Yeah, there's nowhere to send, so. You want to move it to the 27th?
Yeah, I move that we move item 1 to the 27th.
A second.
Okay, it's moved.
Okay, so the next are requests to use the memorial building. It looks like all of these are profits, regional. Or do you want to do this?
Okay. I would like to address the AAU one. These folks, they get scholarships to go and play. Parents go and help them play. We've had issues not surrounding the program itself when they've used the memorial building, but I still feel that they need to pay just like anybody else would. Because I know when I played AAU baseball, got too many things going through my head this morning. We had to pay to use fields. And in addition to everything else that we had to pay for. So I still feel that there should be a minimal amount charged for the use of the memorial building.
Who makes the determination whether they qualify for the nonprofit guidelines? Like, how is that? I know Amy sent us an email. What I would like to do is get this just the whole idea of the memorial, get this fleshed out, like how we decide whether somebody qualifies, who makes that decision. And have some guidelines set up so that Oki can just manage this. I don't think the county commission needs to approve every single person coming through all the time. If we have guidelines and prices set, it should just be pro forma. And then if he has questions, he can call the prosecutor's office and ask
Well,
Anthony.
I thought Parks and Recs that did that.
They started it.
And that's what
and
they-
There were supposed to be two different fee schedules, one because they were even gonna charge nonprofit for the use of the building.
Those never go.
Yeah, they never got approved, and Parks Board, I'm not sure that they've met. I've spoken with the Parks Director, he's unaware of a lot of this.
Has it been updated?
See, Parks and Recs is supposed to come in and present, and not whether they consider it not, like what I remember.
This was all between like December and January of
Last year.
Right.
Okay, here's a good example. The young kids that are going to learn to play basketball in the Fayetteville Youth Basketball League are being charged $1,000. Yet this AAU team who has parents paying for stuff is not being charged. I mean, that should be reversed. And then
No, it
you've
says
got-
it's waived. Everybody's set up as waived right now. Nobody's being charged right now because we don't have a fee
They're
schedule.
getting charged custodial and trash service fees. That's the only thing
Okay.
that's not waived.
And that was the letter
The
from
rental
2019.
fee was
Yeah.
waived, but custodial and trash services. You're talking about Fayetteville Youth Basketball, right?
Yeah,
The last one.
And that's just based on the previous letter because we don't have anything else. So
Yeah,
that's
because
something
it hasn't
that's,
been.
okay, so is the AAU people going to go through and clean up all their trash?
I assume that's the setup that they had prior to.
Well,
I don't
I
work for the
just,
memorial building.
I just have an issue with that, knowing that what they pay. Are these things time bound? I mean,
Well, some of them wanted to start in late September. The cheers wanted to start in late September. The other ones, AAU is okay to start. He wanted to start October 1st, but he's okay waiting until the 15th. And Fayetteville wants to start as soon as possible. Then you have two others on the 26th and 27th that just want to use it for public hearing and ceremony.
like the midget league cheer practicing, no problem on that one. I mean, that's kids learning how to do things. Candlelight Vigil Awards on Wednesday, October 27th.
Senator Baldwin's on if you want to
I think
do that and come back to this.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Yeah. We can come back to this. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Senator Baldwin?
Good morning. I hope y'all are doing well today.
All right, what can you help us with this morning?
Well, I hopefully won't take up much of your time. I understand you got a busy agenda today. Wanted to talk to you a little bit about redistricting. That process is underway. We're probably going to be going into special session starting Monday. There have been some House maps released. Some Senate maps will start to be released soon, perhaps today. And there have been various proposals about what the district that I serve would end up looking like in the future. Obviously, right now I serve all of Fayette County. There are some proposals to essentially divide Fayette County into different Senate districts. I've opposed those because I think it's important for counties to stay together, particularly counties who have communities of interest and who already have good established working relationships. So I just wanted to check in with you all about that. I assume y'all feel the same, that you'd like Fayette County to remain united in a Senate district. And this is going to be coming up quickly before us, as I said, probably a vote next week. So if I'm wrong about my assumptions or y'all have feedback that you want to provide, time is of the essence at this point.
When do you anticipate the maps to come out?
The Senate Redistricting Committee meets this afternoon. I think it's at 3 o'clock. And I imagine they may release some maps today. But I imagine over the next couple of days, you'll see a significant number of maps. Whereas the House released one map, I would imagine there'll be a bunch of Senate maps released. And I've just heard a lot of talk about, what this district will end up looking like. And several of those include splitting Fayette County. And I just don't think that's the best route. And I assume y'all wouldn't either. But just wanted to check in with you about it.
How do they propose to split it?
Generally they propose taking the western area, the southwestern area, and adding it to Raleigh County, to the Raleigh County district. Those are some of the proposals I've seen and heard talked about.
And then what about the other side? Where does it go to?
It would remain with the current Senate district, but it's unclear what that will look like. Would that include, continue to include Greenbrier, Summers, and Monroe? Would it add Nicholas or part of Nicholas? Would it add Pocahontas? The problem is you have to add population. We've lost population, so these Senate districts have to get geographically bigger to have the appropriate number of people that are represented. We have to add about 8,000 or 9,000 people to the current district, which is Fayette, Greenbrier, Monroe, and Summers, to make the numbers work. And you can imagine as you start doing this, as you start moving population, it affects every other district that's connected to you, and it's a very complicated process.
Senator, who's in charge of doing the districting, or who's on the team that's going to be presenting these maps?
Senator Charlie Trump is the chair of the redistricting committee. He's the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. So he's the chair. Dave Seipolt is the vice chair. And I think there are about 12 members on the redistricting committee that'll meet this afternoon.
Okay, and your thoughts are that since the population has dropped by 8,000 or 9,000 people, that the district will be changing?
Well, yes. I mean, the 10th senatorial district as it's currently composed has to grow in terms of people. You have to add population from somewhere. But, the 9th, which is Raleigh counties, it has to grow. You have to add population. The 6th, down around the Coalfields in Mercer County, it has to add population. So all the districts are going to creep. It's just a matter of which direction they creep to gain enough population, and which counties are affected in the meantime. Which counties get split, which counties stay together. which counties are connected to counties they haven't been in the past. So those are some of the various factors at play.
What's the magic number of people or population?
It's about 105,000. I don't remember the exact number, but it's 105,000 something.
Okay,
And you're allowed a variance of up to 5% in a Senate district.
so plus or minus standard deviation of 5%. Okay,
Right.
all
You
right.
can hear my son in the background here. Sorry, there's no school today, so in Rinehart County, so.
That's okay. And you would prefer that Fayette County stay whole, but as you're saying, we still have to pick up 9,000 people somewhere, or 8,000 to 9,000 people somewhere.
Correct.
All
So
right.
what I've proposed is the district stays whole, Fayette, Greenbrier, Monroe, and Summers, full counties. We are one of the few Senate districts in the state that is comprised of full counties. And I think that's a lot easier. It's easier on our county clerks, easier on our citizens, because you know who represents you. So what I propose is adding Pocahontas County to our district. They have about 8,000 residents. We need about 8,000 people to make the Senate district whole. We already have communities of interest. We already work together in economic development corporations, judicial circuits, and so forth. So that's been my proposal. Let's keep the district whole. Let's add Pocahontas County, and it keeps it nice and round, and keeps our communities of interest together.
Okay. Well, thank you for the information. I also know that the Senate is going to be going to single member districts. And after doing some research, I know there's 67 current single member districts for the House. So in some of the districts, it's not going to be a huge change, but for us, it is. So there's just going to be a lot of change at the Capitol this coming year.
Yes, sir. The House districts will have a major impact on Fayette County, because you've got three members in the district right now, but you'll go to 3 single member districts. And I assume you all have seen that map from the House in terms of how it cuts up Fayette County for those 3 single member districts. But yeah, the Senate will not be as radical of a change overall. I'm just concerned about particular counties being split up.
Okay. All right, you guys have any questions for Senator Baldwin?
I'm good.
Okay.
As soon as we can get that map. As soon as we can get the map, please.
I
Oh.
think we got it in email, didn't we?
The Senate one. We have the House one.
Oh. Is that, can we get a copy of the map, Senator Baldwin?
Sure, I'm happy to send you the one I proposed, which keeps our 4 counties and adds Pocahontas. There haven't been any others officially released yet, but as I mentioned before, that probably will begin today. And there will be, I imagine, dozens of maps released over the next couple of days.
Okay.
How much support, I do have a question. How much support do you have for your proposal for the maps, you think?
I think I have pretty good support for it because it makes sense with the other districts and allowing them. That's the advantage of it. It allows the other districts that surround us to stay intact as they are without making major changes.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, just keeping communities of interest together.
Have you spoken to the commissions in these other counties and including Pocahontas yet?
I've spoken to one of the commissioners in Pocahontas County. I haven't spoken to the other commissions because I'm not necessarily concerned about them being split. There have been no proposals floated which split the other counties in my district. The only proposals which have been released, which have a county being split, has shown Fayette County being split several times, going down to the Raleigh area. So that's why I specifically wanted to reach out to you all.
With these extra splits and stuff, there's current senators in place, or they've already been elected in, how is this going to change? Is this all going to change next year, or will it be over a combination of years?
That's a great question. My understanding is it would be over a combination of years. So that, if you're running in 2022, you would be running in the new Senate district. But let's say, for example, that you're not up until 2024 and your Senate district changes. Well, then until 2024, you would continue to represent the district as you do currently. Hey, Harrison, can you please turn the volume down a little bit, bud? Sorry, I had to ask him to turn the volume down. But if you're not up until 2024, then you would continue, and your district changes, you'd continue to represent it as is. But then come 2024, you'd have to run in the new district.
Okay,
Volume down, bud.
all right, that made sense then. Any other questions?
I'm good.
All right, thank you, Senator Baldwin. We appreciate your information.
Thank y'all. Y'all have a nice day.
You too. Thank you. Okay, Jenna Grayson. Is she there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning, Jenna.
How are y'all doing?
Good. What's happening?
I just had a couple updates on the comprehensive plan, a couple questions for the commission, and then also a request of the folks here on Zoom. Things are going pretty well. We have about 100 responses to the online long survey just through word of mouth. Yesterday, I sent the commissioners and county staff a digital file of all of our marketing collateral. The resource coordinator's office will also have paper copies of the questionnaire postcards, the like short form survey, and also flyers with the survey website and QR codes for a quick link to the survey and map.social. Last month, I sent the commission a list of the marketing collateral NRGRDA is willing to provide, but I know we've talked a few times about mailers. And so I wanted to ask if the county has resources to do digital or physical mailers, maybe through like the tax assessor or FCB, utilities, county clerk's office. I'm not sure. But I feel like that could be a great way to get those short form surveys into folks' hands. And so like, I know like some folks get online bank surveys or online bank, statements. And maybe there's a way to like add that on somewhere, or if the tax assessor is doing anything, county clerk's office isn't doing anything soon, if there's resources within the county to add in those short form surveys. Do y'all know of anything?
I got a question. You're talking about these mailers. Since last, I kind of kept my mouth shut a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna open it a little bit today.
Sure.
We was talking about mailers. And that's what you're talking about today, correct?
Yeah, like online or in physical mailers. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, a physical mailer, the people that gets a physical mailer, how will they respond to the physical mail? Will they mail back in something?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that's like, this is something that's beyond what we have in our marketing collateral, but I know that you all have mentioned it before. And so I just wanted to bring it back around and see if that's still something you guys are interested in. And if you guys wanted to do that, I think folks could mail it back. There could be like on the collateral I sent you all yesterday, there's a postcard that has a QR code and then also information on how to get to the website for the comprehensive plan.
That's what I'm getting at. If they can't go ahead and get online now, the mailer, if they still have to go online, is not going to help. In my opinion, it's not going to help them to go online and do this. And
I totally agree. Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong, but
no,
I mean,
I don't think
I've done mailings. I've done just about anything you can do, and my mailings target people that can go online ordering and stuff like that. And a mailer, if they can't go online fill out the information, the mailer's not gonna do any good, in my opinion.
Right.
Unless they have a form to fill out and send back in. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'm looking too much into this, but if they can't get online anywhere and they can't do it online, the mailer's not gonna help them to do it if it's online, I mean, I just want to bring that up in conversation after thinking about it the other day. I just didn't say too much, but I just want conversation to see what everybody thinks about it, what I said.
Sure.
I think instead of spending the money on mailers, that if we go out to special events and set up a table and let people know that they can come in and fill out these information cards or flyers or papers, we'd get more of a lift than we would getting something sent in the mail.
Sure.
If we do it online to people who have a computer, or they can access the website, maybe perhaps get it out there more prevalent, then we would get better responses.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And that's something like, I think, with the local outreach team, I'd encourage you all and county staff to join the local outreach team. I think there are folks in there that are interested in doing some of that. We've talked about, popping into post offices for a few hours. I just wanted to bring this back around because it was mentioned before, and I just want to make sure that, we're not going to miss an opportunity that you all were really excited about. And so I know Jenna mentioned that at one point she said that like the local bank had an opportunity to include surveys in their online statements. And I don't know how effective that is. I don't really have resources for that. But if you all have resources for, if there's, there are things that are sent from the county through email, if you guys have the opportunity to add that in, happy to provide the collateral to be included in any of the county's emails.
Yeah, I should know this out of the conversation we've had, but not to me on Facebook or anything. Are y'all doing any advertising on Facebook?
Sure. So in the email I sent you guys yesterday, which I know it was just yesterday, so I don't expect that you've had a chance to look at it, but there's like social media flyers that you can post. And so we have our local outreach team. It's in the works to have them share that. If you guys could share it, county employees could share it. If it could go on the county's website, but also those are what could be included in any emails that are, coming out from the county. And so
any emails, or could you actually pay for some advertisement on social media besides us sharing it and liking it and all that stuff?
Sure.
To me, that money would be more spent instead of a mailer, because it's email, it's everything's responsive over the internet. To me, that would be more sufficient. But I mean, let's give me some feedback here.
Yeah, I agree, Tom. Yeah, I think like we don't have it in our budget right now. We have kind of maxed out our budget for this project. But if the county is willing to commit some resources, we would be happy to enlist Halcyon Levine to do some advertising on Facebook or on social media for it.
And I've done enough Facebook and social media. You can target certain areas instead of targeting Fayetteville or Oak Hill.
Right.
Some of these places that's beyond, that still has internet and phone service, and everybody gets on Facebook. I don't care where you're at on the phone. And you target them areas. You can actually spend the money wisely and target areas that you're not getting response out of. When you're getting a whole lot of response out of Fayetteville and Oak Hill and some of these other areas, you can actually target other areas that are maybe not getting the information to people and stuff like that. That's to me would be a wise move in spending any money in targeting the areas that you're not getting feedback from.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, the area that we are really struggling to get into is Meadowbridge and Denise. that whole district it's been difficult to get in there. Commissioner Taylor connected us with a sheriff's deputy who's been really helpful, and she's been wonderful on the local outreach team, but she is the only representation we have. And so if you all, would like to spend some money on and targeting that area or certain specific zip codes, we can try and see. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but
It's you can
What was
target zip codes, you can target addresses, you can target areas. It's really not
Okay.
that hard to do. You have to have somebody, I've done it myself. If you go online and if you're gonna do some advertisement, you can actually target certain addresses, you can target certain people. I mean, ages groups and all kinds of stuff. So,
okay.
so I mean, it's the social media advertisement is excellent when it comes to something like this. And I still think, Meta Bridge, I've been over there. I think, my phone still worked in areas over there, but then there's areas that it didn't work. That's the kind of advertising I do in the places that you're having a hard time getting to. If the county, the commission would decide to spend any money in them areas is where I would like to do it, the less
Okay.
information you're getting. I don't know how the other two commissioners feel about it.
If you, I know Jenna can't hear me. John, if you'll. I do know that the Garner's produce store, grocery store is getting ready to open up. So maybe if you could get one of the outreach team to talk to them, they may be able to let you set up a table because it's getting ready to open up pretty soon, I think, right?
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you, even yard signs. I mean, maybe I'm thinking too far out the box. Put a yard sign up at some place that says to put your input or whatever, and they see it and give them an address and they go on there. I mean, I don't think it costs too much money in a couple areas to do that, but I don't know how the other commissioners feel about it.
I think if you do set up tables or anything like that somewhere, I mean, I think it would be worth just doing printed like a little card that had, like you said, the QR code or the website or both on it. And maybe even have the ability, a couple of iPads or something there, the ability to hand something to somebody and let them take it. So you're not having to tabulate a bunch of printed surveys.
Right.
It's going to be a huge time suck and really not worth it. If we're there and we're able to solicit the input and collect the input, we could do it electronically to save work on the back end.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think I'd like to meet with you about this. I've been thinking about it since we last discussed it at the last meeting when Halcyon Levine was here. And maybe, when are they coming back?
They won't be back until so NRGRDA right now is not having any in-person meetings. I believe that they will be back virtually to the commission in early November. I think their original meeting with the commission in person was supposed to be in November. And now we're going to have to figure out and pivot to what that looks like virtually. But
are these Thursday meetings that you emailed us about, are those, what is the nature of those?
Yeah, so that's the local outreach team, and I would love it if, some of if the original project team would join that group, if the commissioners, county staff, that is really going to be the driving force in getting this information out into the community and doing this outreach. So every other Thursday, the Halcyon Levine team is meeting with local folks, myself, Abby and Gabe have been on there. We've had pretty good turnout. I will say it is primarily from the Plateau District, and we've made it clear that like this does have to be a whole county effort. But having folks in those other districts could be really, really helpful. Someone just messaged me and said, like, is there opportunities to put this in the market basket? I'm not familiar with the market basket. Are you?
One of those little, it's one of those little, it comes out in the mail all the time. That's a good idea, actually, because a lot of people do read it for real estate and stuff. It's that little thing you get in your mail that has all the houses listed in it, that little newspaper.
Oh, okay.
thing. That's the market basket.
So that might be worth, if the county, is willing to spend a little bit of money on putting it in the market basket, maybe. But yeah, every other Thursday is the local outreach team meeting. And that is really where local folks are having an opportunity to connect with Halcyon Levine and with anyone who's working on this project. And so if you all are available, if the county staff is available, if the original project team is available, would love to see some county representation there. Yeah, I think, you know, it's up to you all. I think Tom, I agree. I think that the targeted Facebook ads could be more effective than trying to figure out a mailer. But, you know, I just wanted to come back around to these ideas to see what you all want and what kind of, you know, commitment the county is willing to make towards additional marketing. Yeah.
Is this Thursday the next meeting or is it next Thursday?
Next Thursday. So that's the 14th, next Thursday at 2 o'clock. And I'll go ahead and put, well, I don't know if I can put my info in the chat, but Amy or Ruth, maybe you can put my info in the chat. And I'll go ahead and give you all, everybody in the Zoom land, I would encourage everyone here to join the team as well. Trisha Parks is managing the local outreach team. And so I'll have Amy or Ruth include her email address, my email address, and then also the website, the County Commission Comprehensive Plan website. So just a couple other little things. The map.social tool is, I know I keep talking about it, but it is an incredible resource. And for folks who are not aware in Zoom, map.social is an opportunity to literally map how you envision Fayette County, also map areas of problems. You can map trails, you can map problem intersections. If you see areas that should be preserved, if you see areas that you think could be developed, though this is a fabulous tool to actually draw out what you think Fayette County should look like. I have heard from a few folks that the first couple steps are a little bit challenging. And so I wanted to put together a Zoom session for anyone who wants to learn how to use it. And so I'd love any of the commissioners or any of the county staff that want to join in. I know, Tom, you've reached out to me about it. It is the first like 2 or 3 steps. It's kind of like, I have no idea what's happening because like the interface where you're using it and the interface where you're just looking at it look very similar. And so happy to like put together a session to just go through using the tool. And so I just wanted to ask who, you know, or what would be a good day or time for county staff and for the commissioners if you wanted to take a deeper look at map.social. Is there any specific day or time that works during the week?
I mean, I guess, you know, to me, it, you know, I guess it's, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'd be willing to do it. Even in a commission meeting, if we're having a commission meeting, we set an hour. I don't know how the other commissioners feels about that. If you're going to, you know, on an update, if we set a half an hour, I don't know how long it would take. So that way,
I don't think we would.
I don't think it's that way. Anybody that want to be involved in it, it's actually, you know, anybody in the county could be, could
Sure.
come in a Zoom meeting. You can, I mean, could you do that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think it would be more than a half an hour. I don't even know if it would be a whole half an hour. I think we could probably, you know, plan for a half an hour, but I think we could do it in less than that.
You
But
know,
that works for me. I'm happy to do that. When is the next commission meeting?
27. Is that too
The
far out?
27th? Okay. I don't think that's too far out. I think that, you know, because if it's, you know, a month or 2 out, then we wouldn't want to do that. But yeah, as long as I think if we can get on the next one, if there's space for that, I'm happy to do that.
Do we have space on the phone? Yeah, she
I think
said,
I already have her scheduled, and we can just go.
because I think
Perfect.
that's
Give
very,
her
that's
time.
very important because this, to me, that's very important because that's something that I've worked on it, not, worked on a little bit. And the other question, after you're done, I got another question about
Yeah.
the map. So
Sure.
after we're done, I don't want to take too long. It'd be short and sweet, and answer will probably be short and sweet.
Okay.
Whenever the commissioners are done with their stuff and you're done.
Okay. Yeah, that's about all I have right now. But yeah, like I said, and especially to everyone else in this meeting, please, please, please visit that website and check out not only the survey, but also map.social, because to be totally frank, it was an expensive tool and it is worth every penny, in my opinion. It's really, really cool and will actually provide an image of Fayette County and, highlight specific areas and give us a map to go with, the 300 or 400 page document. And so it makes it gives a visual appeal to the comprehensive plan. And so please use the tools.
Yeah, at the end of this comprehensive plan, will the county own the rights, and I'm sure it will, to the map, the comprehensive plan that you're coming up with? Also, will the county be able to host it and change it? Because right now the commission has a contract with Atlas Geographic to host a recreational or a development map. And this
Okay.
development map can be changed at any time, just exactly what you're talking about doing, just exactly what this map does.
Right.
In fact, I'm gonna give you Hayes Lambert's information so you can contact him and retrieve the information that they've already put together. As far as any recreation, the streams and stuff like that. Y'all might already have that, but they done it about 6 or 8 months ago. And we want to be able to host that map on our, now, as I've talked to the commissioners about this before, and I think they're all in agreement to it, is we're going to host that map on our website. Now, can we do that? That will be ours at the end, right?
I believe so. I just want to confirm before I say for certain, but I don't see why that would be a problem, or it won't be the case. Yeah.
Because Atlas and Hayes Lamp, what's that firm again? Yeah, it's hard for me to say, House of a Levine or whatever.
Yeah.
They're
I just say HL.
They're using the same Esri. We have Esri. They're using the same compatible information that Atlas Geographic and the county uses. So I want to make sure it's compatible, that when it's done, it's ours. So if you can find that information out for us, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. I know that we've used Esri, and also I believe that map.social runs off of Esri. So I think we should be okay there, Tom, but I'm going to reach out to them just to be sure.
Okay, Jenna, thank you for your information. Looking forward to your answers. And at this time, the commission's going to take a small break, and then we'll come back with Dr. David in house.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
My phone at home, I don't have my calendar.
Fayette County. And the other is that I have a presentation about a request under the American Rescue Act for, helping us with the historic Oak Hill School. And I would like to, may I present?
Yeah, but tell us, you might want to tell the other two commissioners who your partner in crime is and what she does for you.
Okay. And then I want to introduce Vicki Smith, who is our construction manager, has been for a quarter of a century. She is responsible for doing all of the houses that we have rehabbed and fixed up in Fayette County for many decades. That's Vicki. Okay.
Vicki's been with you for quite some time too.
Quarter of a century. I'm a volunteer and I'm retired from tech. Been on their school 43 years ago.
Yeah, and Commissioner Taylor has a few questions that she would be asking.
Well, who does your grant management for you over there?
Well, the grant management is handled by a team. I'm of course responsible, but we work with Ruth. She's been retired secretary for tech as well, and Lisa Manley. So we have a team of 2 or 3 of us that work on the grants.
When was the last time you had an audit?
Well, the audit is right now going to be completed. The audit draft discussion for 2019 has just been made available. Be glad to share it with you.
When is your grant application for the grant you're asking us for a support letter to support? When is that due?
Well, they're due at various times. The one letter we use is basically for, and I have the copies here if you would like to see what I'm talking about. One is a general letter of support for just, affordable housing in Fayette County. We use it, over and over again for different things. And the other is to indicate that we are in compliance with the Fayette County Comprehensive Plan. And that's used also in various cases. And the USDA letter, is due at current time. That I updated the letters to indicate, some current wording.
What's that now? Current what?
Current wording.
Wording, you said?
Yeah.
I thought you said current work. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Let me put the mask down a little further here. Maybe I can talk more clearly. I also brought for your information our current newsletter.
Have you got any information on how many houses you rehabbed last year or you've done and the locations of them? Stuff like that?
Vicki can probably address that best.
Our rehab program is really low right now. It's been low. I have a rehab in Oak Hill and Miller Avenue. I've renewed the permit several times.
When you say rehab program, can you, because I'm just back in Fayette County the last 8 years and I'm still trying to learn about SALs.
Oh, okay.
It was around when I left, because I left in 1990.
Well, we used to have a large rehab program. The funding was more available than has been in the last several years.
But is it to rehabilitate homes?
Yes.
Okay.
And right now we have one in Oak Hill that we're working on Miller Avenue, which we go through the city to get the permit. And I have two new construction projects down in Page beside Head Start on Route 61.
Who owns the Miller Avenue property?
We do.
Okay.
What's the
Who-
purpose? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The purpose of the Miller Avenue, it was a dilapidated house that we bought from an individual and took it down to its bones and we're going to put it on the market for sale.
The two in Page. Who owns it?
There, we do.
Is that across from the school?
It's right beside the school. Right, like if you're looking at Head Start on 61,
Yeah,
the school's sitting here, our houses are sitting here. Our property actually goes to almost to their door.
so it's the White House
No,
that's there across from Lowe's?
no, it's right beside Head Start,
Okay,
past the Head Start building.
okay,
There's two of them there.
all right.
I
Now
might
what's
add,
that?
John, the property was the former African American school. There were two schools there at one time,
Right,
a long time ago. And the school system donated us the acreage over the African American school to us. So it's adjacent to what used to be Page Elementary.
okay, all right.
When's the last time you done a house for somebody other than Sal's?
I did one in Oak Hill, and I forget the name of the street, it's where Miss Ball used to live. It was for a veteran, and what it compiled of was basically I hired a company out of not Parkersburg, Princeton, it was a veteran. Our budget for a veteran is $2,000. You can't do a lot for it.
Yeah.
For $2,000. So I had their carpets cleaned. We repaired a drip underneath his kitchen sink. His threads were loose and he wasn't able to get to it. So basically, right now, I'm getting ready to buy a refrigerator for a veteran in Beckley.
When was that house that you did? How long ago was that? One is $2,000.
Probably, 6 months ago?
That's good.
Yeah. I put in some LED lighting, light bulbs for him in his dining room chandelier fixture. The grants are really small right now, so there's very little that we can do.
So what's
We
the
did
percent-
have a group in this past summer, group work camps that worked in the Upper Canal Valley area, and they did painting, but we're talking about kids from 8 to 16. And so they did painting for people and things like that.
So what was the percentage you think of outside help that you contributed to homeowners compared to the properties that you own?
To the outside help, well, it all grant fund, it's
Well, I mean,
grant
that's what I'm
driven.
saying is outside
Right.
individuals compared to
Um,
the properties that you all own.
Well, there's been so few that I think I did one in Mount Hope, and that was probably a year and a half ago for USDA. And we subcontracted a roof out for her and put some floating floor down for her.
So most of this grant money you're getting, is it been to utilize for Sal's own properties?
No,
So,
the grant money that we get is earmarked, and it has to be given to clients that meet their regulations and rules. Like currently we have the veteran that is a $2,000 grant for, I think, 10 veterans, something like that, between 5 and 10. We just got a new grant from USDA that we haven't even started yet. And that will be, I think it's 4,000 or 5,000 per client. So, people have to meet the income guidelines. They can't be in a floodplain. So we have to follow, each grant has its own set of regulations and qualifications that we have to meet.
Yeah.
And that's done in the office by Lisa.
well, I know in a meeting that I've been in before, there was talking about 40 units that you did in Smithers or Montgomery or
Well, those are the group work camps.
in the valley, and I've never seen any permits.
Well,
I wanna
those,
ask,
you don't get a permit.
you don't
for
have to have a
kids.
county permit to work on somebody's home or anything?
It depends on what jobs are doing. These kids were painting houses.
We did
It was
25 homes in the Upper Kanawha Valley, all in Kanawha County. others were painted in Bearsford. These were sprucing up. The town of Bearsford looks kind of neat now. Looks like a picture book.
Well, I know, the reason I'm asking all these questions is I've looked at the books on all the property sales is owned and sold and transferred in the last years. And it's been a number of houses, and I was just curious about, how many that you done on
Our
the.
grants for individual homeowners don't go on the properties that we own. Those are all different. Like I say, I'm
Has
getting
there ever
ready to
been any
buy.
agreement to purchase or agreement to, if somebody was going to purchase the property, that you do the work and then they purchase the property? And then.
Now they can, we do, we have for years, like on the two houses in Page and the one on Miller, we will put those on the market and they're typically financed through USDA for affordable housing. We did, the last one we did, I believe, was the one on the corner of School and Central Avenue. And the couple that got that was a widow lady and her son
Yeah,
handicapped.
I know exactly.
And by affordable, I think her payment's like $350 a month, and that's her taxes and insurance and her payment because it's subsidized through USDA so that she could get out of a lifetime of rental and have home ownership.
Yeah,
And
it's
it
like
also
the
helped
corner.
clean up that corner. I think it helped the look of the corner. They're responsible people. It's just a good thing. So the houses we build, we don't per se put them on the market for just anybody. It's for people that need assistance. It is affordable housing. It makes it affordable for those individuals.
Okay. I think it's, sorry, Ms. Taylor.
Go ahead.
That, I'm good.
On the two, why are you doing with the dilapidated housing problem we have in this county? Why are you doing two new constructions as opposed to trying to rehabilitate some more of these homes?
Well,
Like, how
right
you
now I'm
prioritize that?
doing that because of the funding issues. We just don't have the funding. I would prefer to do rehabs and to help fix up the dilapidated, but it's a funding issue right now.
But what's the difference? I mean, how are you getting funding for new construction?
Well, go ahead.
The houses in Page were a project that was sponsored by the Housing Assistance Council, a national, entity that provided us with some funds for that. So, it's a separate project. Okay, and then the rehabs, I write another grant, from USDA or what have you, and that's for rehabs. Each entity, provides a little different slant to what we can do. The new house construction, like we have from the Housing Assistance Council, is a rare bird currently. We're not able to find any additional funds at this time. So we have shifted considerably toward, rehab and repairs.
Who's your accountant?
The accounting firm is called Bookkeeping for West Virginia. Tim Seitz is a state employee who has a separate accounting firm, on the side, and he has two other people with him.
How long have you used that firm?
Oh, they've been with us now for, I would say, almost a year.
Just a year? So prior
Oh,
to that, you
yeah,
had somebody else? Who did you have prior to that?
We
Say the last 5 years, who did you have?
Yeah, we went with this firm because they are really good.
You talking about now?
Now,
And I'm
Yeah.
not asking you about now.
oh, I'm sorry, Tom.
The last 5 years, who's been?
Oh, Mabry Davis was the,
Who?
Mabry Davis.
Mabry Davis. Where they out of?
He's out of Charleston.
Out of Charleston.
Yeah.
Okay.
And prior to that, it was Herman and Cormany, a firm in Charleston.
Okay.
So we've been, the problem, Tom, is that because over the years, federal funds were involved, a lot of local accountants don't know how or didn't want to touch the type of audit that's required for.
Well, John, to be honest with you, I'm not trying to, I don't want to be too nosy, but I know I have seen your 990s. and I've researched them even before my election.
Sure.
And the accounting fees was really high, and I was just curious
Right.
who it was.
Right,
I thought they
and
was
that's not a happy.
astronomical, to be honest
Yeah,
with you. And
it
I
was-
was just curious about it.
And so we're real pleased with this new firm. And not only are they competent, but they're reasonable.
So your own accountant does your audit?
No, that's not permitted anymore.
Okay.
The audit firm is out of Vienna, Virginia. They bid on it, and they do a lot of nonprofits in West Virginia. It's AAL. And so the audit firm is different.
Okay. And you said you have you're in the process of being audited now for what, 2020?
Oh, we'll start 2020 because we got the 2019 done, yes. And then we're on track to get everything.
So let me ask you another question. Don't mean to interrupt it. The money that you make from building these houses and selling them, does that go back into rehabbing other houses that people may need it, or is that something
You
that
want me to
y'all,
answer this?
something you
Actually,
stockpile?
the houses that we sell goes back into the organization to help pay the labor and keep the vehicles on the road, keep our community centers open, because there's no grants for things like that. And so we don't charge people for the work that we do. It's always free.
But it's not.
But we have
But
to
it's not
do
that much
payroll.
work compared to what you're purchasing and building and selling. I'm just asking.
Well, let me be real honest, and I like where Allison was going with the dilapidated buildings and structures in Fayette County. You know, we approach different organizations throughout the county for letters like we've asked you for, and this makes a difference in the funding. And I'm not going to say who or where or when, but I've actually had people that turned down signing those letters because they say we don't have homes in Fayette County that are dilapidated. So it really hurt our program. And we've suffered for it for a couple years now because of the lack of getting those letters, because they just simply looked at me and said, we don't have that in Fayette County. I know that's not true. I've been working on them for years, you know. So it's really hurtful when we have people in our county that just won't sign the letters so that we can apply for the grants to help the people that need help. We have a lot of people in Fayette County that need help. We have seniors on Social Security that can't afford to hire a contractor.
But I would like to see them people you're talking about doing this work for is what I'm talking about. I mean, that's what I would like to see.
Well, I mean, I have no problem showing you any of them or taking you to any of them, even ones that we've done over the years. They're, I don't know. It's really frustrating to me because we had the youth build program, which we're going to reapply for. And that gave us the youth to train to get better jobs and help them get their high school diploma or go to college. And, we have to apply for that grant, and that's where they're trained on site for the homeowners, and they get the work for free. And then the grant that we get where he applies for, because, you used to be different places, so really getting kind of tough to get. But the grant totally would go for nothing but material. And so that's how we were able to help people, was to do these jobs with the grant that was given to the homeowner. It isn't given to us, it's given to the homeowner. And then we just took the youth in to do the repairs that needed done. And if I couldn't do it, like if it was a heat and air system, then we would contract that out.
I might add, Tom, if I may, that I favor self-help as well. I don't know if you were referring to the work, and that sort of thing. But we try to use self-help when we can. That is, we try to get the people who are benefiting to participate. When they are disabled, have black lung, on oxygen, when they are seniors, when they, it's sometimes very difficult. The self-help has come to us in various forms. Sometimes they have donated to us quilts. Sometimes they have donated to us, canned goods, and they bake for us. When the volunteers who are coming from the faith-based groups come in, frequently they provide meals and, you know, and that sort of thing. So self-help is tough with the population we seek to serve, but I'm interested in pursuing it vigorously.
So I need some broad brush questions answered. So underneath Sal's, what are the different programs that you have going on?
Sure. Well, just off the top of my head here, we have 2 food pantries. We have the historic Oak Hill School, which is on the National Register of
Where are
Historic.
the food pantries?
Pierce Fork and Oak Hill, they're centered at. We also have what is called Feed and Read, where we take meals to apartment complexes where kids are 18 and under. We go to Smithers, Montgomery. We go to 2 places in Oak Hill, Collinwood, and the one behind Kmart. Or I'm sorry. Anyway, we take meals and books to them, and we spend time reading. We also have a program whereby we house volunteers. We have a dormitory in Pierce Fork. We have some volunteers coming tomorrow, in fact, from the University of Maine. They're going to be here, and they about 300 and so volunteers per year come in now. And over the 40 some years, using my calculations, we've had thousands and thousands of them come to Fayette County to help. What else do we so it's basically education, food distribution. We're a FEMA entity for Loop Creek to distribute need-based utility assistance in food. We are one of 8 approved housing counseling agencies in the state. So we have a full-time housing counselor who provides that service as well.
What is that service?
Housing counseling. Well, it provides people with help to figure out how they finance home repairs, apply for a USDA qualifications, how they basically might deal with getting their credit score improved. So it's up from below 650 to maybe, a little higher to qualify for something, and working with the entities that they owe bills to, and refund, helping them figure out how to deal with that. So housing counseling, foreclosure, it's a big issue here now. People have been, with all due respect, in rental remission or in, so there's some scams going on, with folks where they have borrowed money on their house and now they're having trouble repaying it and things. So the housing counseling is a HUD approved status. We have just got it renewed again. We've had it for 20 years. So we have another 3-year license. Vicki and I both have been through all kinds of housing counseling classes nationally to gain competence in that. What else do we do?
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
Book sales.
Book sales.
Yeah. We had donated books, and that's like a fundraiser. Sean started with a couple of people in the community,
So you're selling donated books?
Well, they're actually books that we've had for, and I guess they are. He does this one. I don't. I'm in construction. He's into that, so I'll let him take that.
Well, if you came last Saturday, you could bring a shopping bag and fill it up with as many books as you wanted for $1. And many did. And we raised a grand total of $120. So you can imagine how many books we got rid of. Probably 1,000 perhaps. And we have probably 10,000 left. These are donated books. We go to the Kanawha County Library, has a big sale once a year at the, college. And we pick up books that otherwise would go in the dumpster. Because we're into education, we believe reading is fundamental, and we like to encourage that. We have a radio station at the historic Oak Hill School. And it's a low power FM. And it's a, part of the emergency system. The two places, Oak Hill and Beers Fork, are 911 emergency shelters. So they are ready to be put into use whenever the authorities contact us, and also in Beards Fork, it's kind of a place where there needs to be a place because it's under a viaduct that gets flooded all the time and people get trapped up there frequently. And we have an after-school program when, in fact, the situation permits. We've had, we call it accent education, and we have vans and we pick up kids in Montgomery and Oak Hill and have an after-school program as well for, you might say, the western half of Fayette County. If you look at our newsletter, the people themselves who are involved have written their articles and they'll tell you a great deal about what we're doing.
Okay, so I've got written down, you've got the food distribution, the housing counseling, the education function, and then you have this housing rehabilitation function. And that's pretty much the broad scope.
It is, as Vic mentioned, though, Allison, what we also do is that we have a real interest in working with at-risk youth. And by at-risk youth, we mean those who have dropped out for various reasons.
Are you working with the Fayette Prevention Coalition on
Right.
those things?
We're into that, and but Youth Build is a national program that we've been with since 1997. And it is for providing support to work with youth. We are contracted with the housing, the Home Builders Institute in Washington, D.C. So we are licensed and competent to give construction competencies to these at-risk youth if they work with us for a period of time. And so they come out of it with, and half-time they go to the VOTEC, for the
You
adult
work with the Youth
education
Reporting
program.
Center on that too. Aren't they located near or with you? The Youth Reporting Center for the juvenile?
The Youth Reporting Center was located on our premises.
Yeah, I thought it
and
was.
Now they have moved, but we have now in our premises, we have the County Office for Rehabilitative Services as well. Okay. And
So, all right, so what counties do you service?
well, primarily Fayette County. And then we say that with all due respect, we look at adjacent census tracts, okay? So we do serve the Upper Canal Valley because, as you know, Montgomery is split, and once you're in Montgomery and doing stuff, then pretty soon you're in Handley, you're in Pratt, that whole area there we view as one entity. We do a little work in Raleigh County. We have a small grant from the Beckley Area Foundation to do some counseling and work in Beckley, but not all of Raleigh County, again, adjacent areas. And then I admit we have strayed across a little bit and done a few places over the Nicholas and Clay lines, okay?
Have you got commitment letters from all them counties you just mentioned?
Yeah, we have commitment.
Or support letters or whatever?
Support letters, from regional groups, from region, the Planning and Development Council,
I didn't ask.
the Workforce West Virginia.
The commissions.
Yeah, since we don't serve the other counties fully, we have Nicholas, we do, and then we have the CAEZ that we get support from, which is a multi-county entity.
Do you guys own a home in the Montgomery area that's on the dilapidated housing list that they've been sending letters about? Is there a home in the Montgomery area
I've not,
or Smithers, one of those municipalities?
no, I'm not aware of any letter that we have received like that.
So you're
We
not
are
aware of a
working on
letter. Do
places
you own
down.
property down there as
Right.
Sal's?
Right, we do, but they're all in adequate shape. Now, I will say that a number of years ago, you had a list of properties that were in that category.
Mhm.
And we said to you, when I say you, I mean you plural at that time, okay, that we could fix one up, and we did. And so we took one that was on your list and fixed it up in Boomer, okay? But all mail comes to our PO box, and I don't have any letter from anybody targeting a home that we are in possession of for fixing up. But there are some, that we're working on right now.
Hey, John, you said you got 2 locations that are considered emergency locations.
Yes, I did.
Are they 911 approved shelters?
Yes,
They are 911 approved.
yes, they are.
shelters?
They're both approved.
911 approved?
Yes, they are.
What is your staff size?
Oh, well, I would say there are probably 8 of us. It depends if you include me as a full-time volunteer. And I guess if you want to include me, then I'm part of the 8, right? Then we have some vistas and volunteers, we have a couple of them, which are, part of the staff as well. So I'm gonna say that if you count, heads, okay, probably 8 of us.
So how are 8 people? I'm just trying to figure out, because you have this huge scope of what you're doing. I mean, it's a Southern Appalachian Labor School, but you're doing these education programs, do you have volunteers who are going to the feed and read and
Yes,
that sort of thing?
we had 15 summer vistas this summer that did
What is a Vista?
volunteer in service to America. It's the domestic Peace Corps. Okay, I was Peace Corps, and Vista is the domestic version of it. Okay, and then they have full-time vistas and summer vistas, and they have other vistas that come in. Like, for example, we had a crew come in to do what they call a spike, and they did the trail. I know I've talked with Tom about the trail we have from 61 to Beards Fork, and the NCCC came in as vistas and helped.
What's the NCCC? I don't know. all these-
National Community Civilian Corps. Let me put it this way.
Is that a subcomponent of Vista, or is it a separate organization?
Fair point. Under the new administration, the umbrella name is now called AmeriCorps.
Okay.
And under AmeriCorps, they have different things. Vista is one, NCCC is one, foster grandparents is one, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Okay.
So, but Peace Corps is still separate.
Okay, and what are the qualifications? I have income guidelines, no floodplain, but for people to qualify to get help with their home or one of these homes that you're building, one of these new homes, how are you gonna sell that?
Well, we have to take
Sorry,
them
that's it.
and, like, for example, a typical program will say they have to be a certain, there's a chart,
Mhm.
and HUD releases a chart and they show what the.
So HUD sets the guidelines as far as the income guidelines.
That's correct.
And then.
And
what are
then
the other
there,
rules?
and then we have to, in some cases, we only rehab for people who own homes. So we have to make sure they own the house. We don't like to do and don't do homes for landlords. Okay. So consequently, in order to prove that they own their home,
Mhm.
we have to take their deed to an attorney and have it checked out that in fact it's owned.
Who does that work for you?
Paul Clay at the current time. Fred used to do it, and then Paul took over the practice. And I forgot to mention one thing that we do, Allison, I forgot to mention, we have the apartment complex in Gully Bridge called Regina Apartments. That's a big,
What are they called?
Regina,
Yeah.
the named after.
Okay, and what is that?
I'm sorry,
What is that project? What is that?
24 low-income apartments.
And you guys are rehabilitating them now, or?
No, we actually, we did, and now we own it.
So you're performing landlord functions then? as
Well,
a-
you might say,
I was getting ready to thank you,
Yeah.
Miss Taylor. I was
Right.
going to go there right after this. Thank
right, I
you.
mean, we're an entity, a nonprofit that runs an apartment complex like,
But John, you just contradicted yourself a
I'm sorry.
second ago. You just contradicted yourself, really.
what
You
did I
just,
have
you just said we don't do landlord
for other people, right?
or other people, but you're different. Okay.
Well, we're trying, Tom, to provide a service to low-income people,
Okay.
and those apartments in Gully Bridge, if any of you remember, was.
Well, the grants, what he's trying to say is the grants that we get from USDA, their regulations are, they can't be in a floodplain, they have to be homeowners, they can't be in rental
Mhm.
units. And then like some of their other regulations is, say they need a bathroom redone. Well, 9 chances out of 10, USDA is not gonna let me do the bathroom. Why? Because of lead paint. If I have to touch anything painted, I'm done. So we try to avoid that. But we don't work on landlord properties is what he's saying. Yes, we do have properties. We borrowed from West Virginia Housing Fund, how many millions to redo? And it was all done through that West Virginia Housing Fund, their contractor. They took the whole ball and then they rehabbed it and we are the owners of it and we make the payment on it.
So how many properties does Sal's own in Fayette County right now? You have this apartment complex, you've got something on Miller and Oak Hill, 2 new constructions in Page. I know there's some in Montgomery because I've heard through my sources down there that they're on the dilapidated housing list. So you might want to check on that. So how many total does Sal's own?
Well, I would say that we have 2 in Montgomery, and I will check with Greg. Greg was one of my students, and I'd be glad to call him up and see what's going on. We have 3 in Montgomery. We have 1 in Boomer. We have, of course, you mentioned Gully Bridge. We have, we don't own any in Oak Hill. Well, we own the one that we mentioned on
Miller.
Miller, yes. And we own one in Beckley. I'm stretching my memory now, so.
So you gotta go a long ways, John, from what I've seen.
So you own these houses, except for the new constructions, or all these other houses, what you were calling rehabs, ones that you're gonna work on and then sell, or they are already owned by somebody and you're just helping them improve their home? Well, no, these are not, these are owned by you. So you're gonna fix these up and then sell them?
Well, we would like to, because we want to return them to the tax rolls, okay? And we got them.
Well, we're only fixing up ones to sell, so I don't know, there's some confusion.
Beckley and.
The other ones are just rental properties that we invested in and we rent out. And we do have several of those. In fact, you got some in there.
Is it rent to
Yeah, that's
own or
right.
rent? Is it rent to own or
Yes,
rent? Just rent.
We have one that's rent to own, Tom, in Bears Fork. That
Wow.
was,
We did like many nonprofits did years ago. We invested and bought foreclosed homes, dilapidated homes, and we rent them out. And it helps sustain the organization.
Yeah.
We have an elderly program too, that runs our Oak Hill site. I can't think of the name of it, but chemo fall. I'll never get.
oh, the Mature Workers Program.
Yeah,
Which is,
and they're at
right.
the Oak Hill site. 5 days.
Then you had a bank give you a home.
Yeah, the properties come to us in various ways, yeah.
Well, see, I guess what I think I'm getting at is, it seems like there's more you do for you than the other people that may need it. And maybe it's because there's no funds there.
That is exactly.
Maybe that's
Because
because there's no
before
funds
we
there.
were killing ourselves trying to get the funding. We got 2 or 3 grants for rehabs, and that's what we were focused on. That's why some of these properties have said idle.
See, I mean, so I have seen, to me, I don't know why, and maybe speaking out of turn, but I don't know why you would need a support letter from the county commission, because I've seen your funds, I've seen all the properties you own, and you really don't need it. I mean, you could do this. I mean, if the support letter helps that much, it seems like a support letter would help more for somebody that was starving for lepti. And it's a Greek word for money.
Well, the support letter actually brings in the funds so we can do the repairs and work on the dilapidated buildings. Without that, we can't. And so we have to do what we got to do to stay alive.
And I understand that.
Nonprofits that we work with, we're in a group called Appointing, which is a large nonprofit group that John can probably talk about more, but 1990, in 1990, Sal started out with nothing really. We had a building in Cabin Creek, which I was real new at that time, and it had burnt down, and he bought the Beer Sports School from the County Board of Education.
For $100.
Right, which we still own. And then he got a grant for the dormitory in Beer Sport. And we built it for volunteers and emergency shelter for that area. So, we bought the Oak Hill School public auction to be, benefit to the community and things. We have Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts that used it. The city of Oak Hill's used it. So we maintain those structures. And but our true, what I've always enjoyed doing is working on people's houses and helping our senior citizens and veterans. We just don't have the funding. I mean, I can't do a whole lot for $2,000.
Yeah.
Sorry, but that.
No, I
prices-
understand. Making money, you still have to
But
make
we've
money, and I
always
understand that.
spent
Surviving.
90% of our time on our rehab programs anytime that we could get it. Now, we may have to go, to Kanawha County, and we did some down there. It was a self-help program. It was a grant though, but it was able to let homeowners that were able to do their own work. We just supplied the materials. So it just depends on the funding and what direction we go.
Yeah. Well, you said there's not much funding there.
There isn't right now.
I went
It's like I
down,
said before, because, we lost some letters of support because some people in Fayette County don't think we have dilapidated poor people. Plain and simple.
in Kanawha County, the Upper Kanawha Valley, I went to the Kanawha County Commission and they granted us $15,000 for materials so we could work on those houses down there. We housed them at Ratliff Hall, which was on the former tech campus. We had 176 young volunteers working there. And then I had to, use that money in part to feed them for, a period of time. And we fed them over in Smithers at the pre-K through 8 school, and we did 25 or 26 houses. And, I would be glad to show them to you.
I would just like to see, so let me get back to what I was getting at about these guidelines and stuff first, but once somebody meets the HUD guidelines, so say if you meet the HUD guidelines, because those are regulated by HUD, who makes the decision? How does the decision process go for if I'm applying for an apartment in Golly Bridge, or if I'm applying for help with my home? Who makes the decision of who gets that help, and what guidelines are you using to do that?
The basic guideline, of course, is income and then ownership if they own a home. and then floodplain, and there's a whole, and then we have a waiting list. And we try to
So
also,
you just put them on the list, whoever, first come, first serve is how it works.
first come,
then.
first serve, we try to
If they
put,
qualify.
if they
Right,
qualify.
so if they meet the
Right.
federal guidelines, then they'll go on a first come, first serve list.
I work evenings
Mhm.
most of the time, and I mean, I get calls all the time. People call, they want help with their bathroom, they want help with their roof, they want help with the porch, they're falling through, I mean, on. And every time I say to them, I'm gonna send you an application. Okay, we have a little pre-application we send out. And then we go from there, to see how they fit. And then we'll see if we can get the funds, to try and help them. It's very difficult.
What
Because
about the
people-
unoccupied homes, the unoccupied dilapidated homes? You doing anything with those? Like if an owner, I understand you're trying not to help a landlord, but if an owner wants help, so then they can then, sell it or sell it to you so you guys can fix it up, or what, are you doing anything like that? Because that's a big problem we have.
It is a big problem, and one of the main funders right now requires that they're in the deed,
Mhm.
that there be a clause added that says they have to keep the house. They have to show that they're going to be there, and there's a restriction that if they sell it, it's got to be with another family that is also as in bad a shape as they are. It's a clause. And that's put in there by
So Paul's office is,
the youth build program, for example, which is coming out of the U.S. Department of Labor. They require that, little covenant, you might call it, okay, to be in there. So there is a good faith effort to make sure that the house is used for the intended party or a party that is, in a similar state.
So if they sell the house, is there a cap on the amount that they have to sell it for?
No, it's more of, Tom, it's more of the fact that the family that is sold to has to also satisfy the requirements for being low income, the same requirements. Yeah.
that just seems like I could see that people having problems. The law favors transferability of property. So it just, the fewer covenants and things you have on something like that,
Right.
I could see that being difficult to find somebody who's low income, who's able to qualify to buy a home from someone who's low income. I mean, it just seems like that's
It is,
awfully restricted.
but-
But that's a federal requirement through the youth build program.
Department of Labor.
Department of Labor. And how does it get authority over? is it-
Because they give us the money for the youth build program.
Okay. but
And so they won't let they won't let us work on those houses with their funds if we don't.
So the
apply.
Department of Labor, is that the largest source of grant? Because you have you mentioned FEMA for the food distribution, you mentioned HUD and the housing, what's the housing part? Because I know Wolf Creek Park's in trouble with them.
I'm sorry.
We're about to default on a big debt over there to the Housing Development Fund or something like that.
Well,
Is that what the fund's on?
at any point in time, we have, some funds, hopefully, from somewhere. And did you ask where was our largest?
Well, yeah, like so your sources of income are income off of these rental properties, it sounds, is one, right? And then various grants, some of which you want our support to apply for. So with whom are you applying for these grants, and what do they fund? Like you said, Youth Build has these restrictions, but is that on every property you have? Like how?
No, it's on the property where the youth build participants work on.
Okay, and when do they come in? Are they part of the Vista?
No, that's a separate grant that we have to apply for. Right now, we're applying for it. Okay, again, it's a renewal thing. So that's right now we're in no person's land on that one. Okay, that's something we're trying to we've had it for a long time because we also feel working with at-risk youth is an important thing to do.
Who is your contact that you've been working with in the Fayette Prevention Coalition, and what exactly have you done with them? Because I know they have a huge need for transportation, and you just mentioned that you have the ability to transport kids from the valley and all kinds of things. And so I'm just wondering like what you're doing with them exactly.
Well, we
and who you're
simply,
working with.
okay, I'm on the phone periodically with Diane,
With Diane,
and then all the people are on those calls, right? But
what calls are they? Do you call
FRN
into the Prevention Coalition meetings? Is that what you're talking about?
no, in that regard, I meant the FRN, the Fayette.
The FRN, okay.
Right.
Um,
They're an umbrella group, as you know.
Yes, but the Prevention Coalition is specifically geared toward the mission you talked about, which is working with at-risk youth. And that's, of course, something that's near and dear to all of us.
The
Especially
at-risk
given
youth
the
that we
climate
work with
like that.
are those that have dropped out of school. Then they have to be a certain age with youth build, 24 and under. And they apply to be on youth build and they get a small stipend. It's like a workforce program. Okay. And then they also go to school half-time and with us half-time. And then they work on these houses to get some construction skills that we certify through the Home Builders Institute.
The grant for youth build,
Uh-huh.
like you said, it pays them a living allowance or whatever, but we also pay the Fayette County Board of Education for their education component to get their diploma. That's what that grant basically covers. And
Okay.
then he applies like for the one you just mentioned, I can't remember the name of it, for like the one where we're building the new houses in Page. He'll apply for that grant to supply money to buy materials.
Okay. And but what have you done with the Fayette Prevention Coalition? Which is
That's all.
which was the question I asked earlier.
Only in cooperating with them upon request through the FRN.
Cooperating with them, how?
As upon request through the FRN.
Fund requests. So you're
Upon request.
upon request.
Right.
So
But
what
we
are some examples of
basically
what you've
don't
done?
operate a bus line or anything.
No, I understand that. They
Yeah.
don't need a bus line. They need a van, but what I'm asking though is what you have done with them previously. I mean, what kind of requests have you responded to by the Prevention Coalition?
I'm not aware of anything in particular. When Diane sends out requests all the time for, help for people, and we try to cooperate.
You try to get volunteer. I mean, but none of your programs are actually married with the Fayette Prevention Coalition
No,
programs.
they're not. Some of our vistas are assigned that they're supposed to, be aware of that. They're supposed to kind of use some of the techniques with our at-risk youth we have in the program, to help with.
So your at-risk youth are basically between ages 16 and 24 because of the age that they can legally drop out of school, or is it still 16? It was always 16.
That's a requirement of the Youth Build Program, Department of Labor. We can work.
So what kind of transportation do you have, like van wise and stuff? When you're doing these, like how often do you transport kids for the, from Smithers, Montgomery? No, that's the Reed program. Hold on, we're gonna write that down. You're telling me that you transport kids up to at-risk kids. So how often does that happen and how's that programming work?
Well, the Youth Build Program is now not in operation. We're applying for the grant again. Okay, but when it works, we have to transport the youth to the sites, and the sites are scattered.
But when's the last time you've done that? I think, when's the last time you've done it? I think that's what you more or less.
The Youth
going
Build
for.
Program.
When's the last time you did that?
Right.
That you transported?
The Youth Build Program ended a year ago or less. sort of, yes.
And the last time he's been transporting youth, I think, it's a big group, was when the group work camp people were in, and they were painting houses in the Upper Canal Valley and some in the lower Fayette County. We do transport those volunteers to the homes.
Okay, so
But we
basically-
have vans that John's bought over the years, probably older than dirt, but most of them are broke down most of the time. But that's what they're used for. Like if that group work camp came in and they're doing painting in Kanawha County, we transport.
How many are
And
there?
after work, if they want to go to the river to go rafting, or they want to go sightseeing, we take them to those places.
Okay, well, I thought the way he was explaining it, he's transporting them up for other.
I did too. That's how I
I know,
understood.
he confused me for a minute. I thought, where did he
So-
go with this?
She was just clarifying, I believe that's. what
Okay,
she-
And then, like when we're doing the food program, we'll deliver the food to the sites. And so you'll see, you know, vans, cars, trucks. I think Alan told me that somebody said that they saw our trucks all over the place. Well, I've only got one jump truck. And it only runs part of the time. We have no other vehicles. I use my personal vehicle right now for work. We do have the bands and beard sport coach for the after-school program, the feed and read.
How many of
program.
those?
I have no idea, because I don't even see them.
We have 3 operating vans. And we also just recently got one that we got from the Fayette County Senior Citizen Program that we haven't yet put into use yet.
So 4. Okay. Now, I want to ask something else too. Have you been investigated by the state or the federal Department of Labor?
No, I'm not aware.
You're not aware of an investigation by the state or federal Department of Labor?
No.
Okay. And does Sal's ever work on homes of Sal's employees or their family members?
No, we don't.
I mean, these are the types of,
No,
these
we
are the
don't.
types of allegations I've been hearing, so I want to know the answers because,
No, we don't.
okay, so you do not, and specifically, not one on Wildwood Street in Oak Hill.
No.
Is that one of your own property? I don't know. I
Wildwood
would
is
have to
a
look up.
house owned by my son.
All right. I mean, my reluctance, and I'll just tell you, and I've been, and now looking through, I'm looking closer at these letters even, and after a comment you made, and they're not even addressed to anybody specifically. These are like kind of blanket letters that look like you're sending out with our name on it just for whatever grant you apply for, which is not the way we do things here. Even for our own grants, we approve a letter per grant, depending on what that grant request is and who it's going to. So we don't do blanket, I mean, at least, I mean, we apparently did in the past, but that's not how it's typically done. And I don't know if nobody noticed that before or if nobody knew. But there's also, you know, all these concerns about compliance. I mean, you weren't in compliance with all the permits and things required. With Fayette County, I know you brought it up to speed after we asked the question. I know Oak Hill had some concerns. I talked to some council people over there, and they didn't want to provide these support letters. I think you're doing a lot of good things with these programs, but there's an awful lot for a staff of 8. And I realize you get some volunteers and you bring people in, but I mean, it's the scope is huge. My concerns are severalfold. One is the scope too huge? And not that we have a say over this either necessarily, but is the scope too huge that you can't focus on the most important priorities for this county? Another concern I have is I would like to know where this grant money comes. And I'm glad to hear that it's a first come, first served list, because that was a question I had too. Like, how do we decide who gets help?
Well, years ago, and I know that pretty new to this. Years ago, when we started this rehab thing, and you know, when you see the newsletters, we've done thousands of rehabs. At one point through the county commission, we were exempt from rehab permits, okay? And I think that's where a lot of confusion, and then like I say, now, you know, when I talk to Alan, I get a permit for the things that we are doing, okay? Whether it be new or remodel in the Miller Avenue. I don't get a permit to buy a refrigerator. I don't get a permit to.
Well, that
paint
makes
carpet.
sense.
I mean.
Yeah,
and
that makes
so,
sense. We're
You
paying.
know, that's the way it is right now.
Mhm.
And we were exempt for a long time, even in Oak Hill, of getting permits. Like if we replaced somebody's storm window, we didn't have to get a permit. I mean, this permit thing has evolved over the years. And you're talking about, we started this in the 90s. And yeah, we've done thousands. And then like at one point, we had funding from the housing fund for weatherizations. Well, we had the state inspectors there because every step of our way, the housing fund has their own inspectors and they would inspect the jobs. So it's kind of evolved to what it is today.
Well, it's just that if I guess, you know, looking at it from the outside in and not knowing everything, you know, to me, it seemed like there was a pattern of non-compliance is what it seemed
Well,
like. If
there
the
really
Oak Hill's
is.
having issues,
And I
We're
would,
having
and
issues.
I will admit that a couple times, like, you know, we may not have very much money and say, 3 years ago, somebody needed a heat and air system. Well, I called a heat and air guy, and that's what I told, yours guy. I said, well, you know, you call and say, hey, I need heat and air. I didn't know he didn't come get a permit. He's a company. Is that not what he's supposed to do?
Well, usually,
So-
I've dealt with, you ask that company or the company asks you.
And I do, I
And-
ask him, I say,
I
you
mean,
know, if
I've
I'm
done that
subbing
plenty
it
of
out to
times. Yeah.
you, then you're required to get the permit.
I
And
always
that
usually
did
ask them.
happen,
Always usually ask or they ask me, because if not, I get in trouble for it.
right?
No
So,
matter
and
what,
I
I
do
get in trouble.
ask them if they do permit. I say, you know, you need to get the permit. If we've got $3,000 and they need a gas heat system, you're gonna do it. I'm not an HVAC person, you know? And so I think unfortunately, some people didn't do that over the years, but they were asked. And I mean, as a contractor, if I take if you call me and you're a contractor, you say, hey, I'm gonna sub out my drywall, well, you would expect me to get my permit, period. I mean, I can't babysit everybody, it's just not even possible, you know, and so, I don't know, I think a couple of times that did happen, but it wasn't intentional or not.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting it was intentional.
No, but I mean, I would, you know, personally, I think that any contractor that's licensed and is working in Fayette County should be getting permits.
As an outsider looking in though, I just have to say, you know, and having grown up in Fayette County in Montgomery, you know, when people start talking and they say, well, we've seen Sal's working on John David's son's house when it caught on fire. Well, you know, who's benefiting from Sal's? When I hear that people who lived in Sal's owned homes in Page and Kincaid were too afraid to complain about the water problem because you were on the board and they thought you were going victim. That kind of stuff is a concern to me. When I hear the Department of Labor, and I still haven't been able to find out whether it's federal or state, might be investigating Sal's, you know, I want to know why.
Personally, I mean, I'm a transplant in Fayette County. I moved here in '82, building the West Virginia Turnpike. I'll be real honest with you. A lot of it is they don't like John David. John is a person that talks over people and is not a good listener, and he's made a lot of enemies. And that's where a lot of it is. And, you know, I know for a fact that I went to a meeting in Oak Hill when we bought the school. You know, I had people taking up petitions against the labor school and was telling people that we were going to do a hippie commune, for God's sakes. And these are prominent people. So people in Fayette County act like they're still in middle school, and they do talk a lot of junk. And a lot of people didn't like me because of the Page PSD, which I had nothing to do with, don't care to. That's, you know, that's not part of what I do. It has nothing to do with what we're doing, trying to help people. But I mean, we do have people in Fayette County that do think like But I mean, you know, like I told him, I said, hey, I'm in my 60s. I've never seen a different community. So why are you taking up a petition, telling people that's what we're going to open up when we open up this school? I mean, and then one lady showed up. She applied for a rehab. I'm not going to mention names. I showed up to look at the rehab, and it was really a house that was really in bad shape. But, you know, you look at her application and we're looking at her income. Well, they neglected to put down that her boyfriend was coal miner. Well, am I going to go work on that house? Absolutely not, because that's a lie. Well, she came to Oak Hill and said how bad Sal's was and did pitiful work. She was mad at me because I wouldn't let her lie on her application of her income. So yeah, you make enemies. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, I don't go off of just hearing from one source. I normally hear from multiple sources. So,
on and on. I track.
oh, believe me, you probably heard a lot about me in the past couple of weeks. So, I mean, I get it.
No, I don't. I just stay to myself.
I'll tell you, Dr. David, some of the things that I personally would like to see before, first of all, I would like to have specific letters per grant that we're backing. But I would like to see the copy of that 2019 audit. I would like to know the salaries of the employees of Sal's, including yourself. You said you volunteer, so if it's volunteer, then just note that. The sources of income for Sal's, the rental on those properties and that sort of thing, and what you get from grants and what those grants, the restrictions on those grants, so we can understand that. I'm concerned, I'd like to see some stats on what you're doing for the county and how you can work with the Fayette Prevention Coalition, maybe to help with the van problem. If you have vans that aren't being used, that they might be able to schedule and borrow for their programming or something. I mean, I'm sure we'd be willing to look into the insurance issues and things like that. But those are things that I would feel a lot better based on things that I told you I've been hearing. And I want to confirm with Oak Hill that you guys are in compliance. I know you are here in Fayette now. With the building permits and stuff, but I mean, you know, that would make me feel, if I had some data to go on, then I could with greater confidence say, okay, yeah, I'm going to back this. But right now it just seems like you guys have all these programs. You have, you know, 8 people working them. Word on the street is, you know, there are investigations. I'm still trying to track that one down, because I should be able to dispel or prove that if there is one. But if you're willing to provide this information, it would give me a greater confidence in how that program is being run. And that's the concern I have, because you do have a lot of enemies, and I have heard a lot of things. And I would like for, you know, before we put the county's reputation on the line to back a bunch of grants, especially the federal grants, with all I'm learning the restrictive requirements, I would love to have a more, and you've given me a much clearer picture, and I do appreciate a lot. I mean, you know, trying to understand what you're doing in your programming, but I would have a lot greater comfort level in supporting grant applications. That's my stand. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, but that's how I feel. But at a minimum, we're going to need usually I try to consolidate, and I would love to do the form letter, but I think in the case of grant applications, I don't think we can do it that way. Or at least I'm not comfortable doing that way. I haven't asked our council about it. Both of them are here, but those are things that would make me feel better.
I have no problem sharing, I mean, you had a bunch of things out there. I have no problem sharing salaries and audit, and you know, just to start the ball rolling. The other thing is, though, so many of the grants we apply for have very short time periods and deadlines. Like, for example, the Federal Home Loan Bank of Pittsburgh, they wanted a letter almost instantly, and I'm going to say that within a couple of 3 weeks, to show that we were in compliance with the, or that there was a compliance with need in the county through the Fayette County comprehensive plan. So all of a sudden, we needed a letter that said the Fayette County comprehensive plan says that affordable housing is an important matter. That was one of the letters right there in front of you we had to have for the Federal Home Loan Bank of Pittsburgh. That grant had to go in, and I don't know if we're going to get knocked out because we don't have that included or not.
What's the amount of money?
The amount
For the
of
grant.
money for the Federal Home Loan Bank of Pittsburgh was to do 4 houses at above $400,000.
So you have to actually apply for these, you have to apply, you have to specify the homes you're doing it for.
No, because that's, they know, they like to see you have a waiting list in many cases, but they don't have to see the particular ones.
So could they be your properties on the home loans?
No.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah,
I was
no.
curious.
Who
are they?
What we do with the Federal Home Loan Bank is we say that we're going to, like in Page, construct houses.
So you're borrowing the money to construct the 2 houses in Page.
Right.
Well, that's your properties.
Right.
Okay.
But that it's gonna not be our property.
Yeah, you're building it and
Right.
okay.
Right. And so, yes.
Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll make a list and we'll come up with a list of things that, I mean, I have a pretty good one, but of things that we'd like to see, and we can either, you can provide it to us and we can get it on another agenda, or at least we'll have the information we need as you come through with these requests. But like, you know, the stuff, like when you're applying for a certain grant and it's going to be for 4 houses, I mean, it'd be nice to know what you're applying for, you know what I mean?
I'd like to know the structure of the loans too, how that works on the Pittsburgh.
I'll add that to my
Yeah,
list.
add that to the structure of the loans. I'd like to know the structure of the loans.
I mean, we're just,
Would that be a
listen, I'm this
copy
way
of
with
the
anybody, I'm not
She'll-
picking on
she'll-
y'all.
No,
I- you know,
and I'm curious anyway. No,
Yeah.
I'm curious anyway. I mean, structures of, you know, I'm just like.
Yeah, I mean, the more we know, I mean, when something new comes up on here, this happens to whoever is making the presentation, because I need to know, I want to know what I'm talking about. And I want to know, you know, I've heard about Sal's, I knew youth reporting was over there for a while, but that's just stuff I knew from my other job, you know. But the prevention, I'm letting you know that the Prevention Coalition has programming in mind that's very important to me, and I think probably would be to our community, about how to maybe open a community center and how we get kids to it and things like that. And maybe if you were able to marry your programming up with what they're doing for that center, if you had a space you could provide to provide a center like that, it would thrill me to see them have the help they need, because right now they don't have all the funding. They've got some great programs, but they can't get kids to them, and that's where we're challenged. So
And we ran into the same thing, because I mean, all of our vehicles are old. A lot of them were donated. You know, we probably haul more to the junkyard than most anybody in the county, because they don't last very long. When you get a donated vehicle, I mean, we might get a month out of it, we might get 6 months.
right.
And the bills to keep them on the road is astronomical, you know, Tony tires, for tires, oil changes. It's, you know, it's a struggle to keep everything afloat. It really truly
Well,
is.
and there may be things that we're willing to help with, depending on what it is and how much these other county programs are benefiting from it. And then if it weren't limited to Sal's, you know, we have people who do some basic maintenance on sheriff's cars at the park. I mean, I don't know if they have staff do it, but there's a lot more we could do. And there are all these programs, and you want to help at-risk youth, but the Prevention Coalition is like a huge program's doing it. I'm on their teen court right now, where we have teens who get in trouble, mostly vaping, coming in and, you know, doing mock trials. But anyway, I warned everybody I would need an hour for this. Just so, and it's taken an hour and a half. So if we could get you a list and you could get us letters, maybe we could even submit that other letter late, you know, probably wouldn't hurt. But if you get them to us and get the grant application itself attached to it, so we can take a look, that would be really helpful. In the
Certainly.
meantime, I'll make my list and I'll make sure I have everything that every commissioner wants on it, and we'll send it out officially to our office to you. Okay.
I want to just mention one more thing, and then we'll close it. We have a request into you under the American Rescue Plan, because our facility in Oak Hill, the roof is leaking and damaging the facility, which is on the National Historic Register. And as I pointed out, it is a 911 center. It is a food pantry. It's the offices for rehabilitative services, et cetera, et cetera. So I would like to,
Well, and it might even qualify for some of the money we got back. I don't know, but the ARP requests, we've been trying to push off till we get the comp plan in place. But there may be other funding that qualifies for it.
what we've tried to do with the two schools in Bearsforth and Oak Hill is we've tried to save the schools. And you know as well that many schools, when they are abandoned, they start falling apart. And they, you know, and we have tried to keep the two schools and made them functional community centers, which we have, but now we have a serious roof issue.
Amy and Ruth, can we start keeping a list? I know the health department has a ARP request in, just of the requests that would fall under that. We might even just need to do a workshop when we're ready.
We have all the folders.
We do? Okay. So can we put Mr. David's request with that? Okay.
Do you have approval from Oak Hill on this, Dr. David?
I'm sorry.
Do you have a letter from Oak Hill City Council on this?
No, we do not. We basically know that the county has, you know, some funds and.
But you're in the city, right? Have you asked the city?
We're gonna ask the city, the council meeting is coming up Monday night.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the building serves more than the city. That becomes the little bit of the issue. And in Beardsford, it's strictly county, right? There's no incorporated areas there.
All right. Well, thank you and your contractor, head contractor back there. Right now, we're,
Many names. That's
Thank
the-
you. Can
yes, I know that.
Vicky, can I get your contact information before you leave, please?
Yeah, it's Vicky.
She is a licensed contractor.
Yep.
And I'm also a building inspector teacher. I taught in Raleigh County 1 year. It just wasn't for me.
Okay, folks, we're 45 minutes behind. I apologize for that. And we even had 2 presenters drop out today. So we've got to get a little bit better on this. But we need to take a small break. So we're going to take a small break and then we'll be back. And my little part, I'll make it short. So, and then we'll get going into the 11 o'clock.
I want to thank you all very much.
Let me go read it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do 5 comments.
Meeting's called back to order and our prosecutor isn't here. And part of this was for him too. One thing that I wanted to bring up was that our DRC is going through some changes and I would like to see additional changes being made. We have talked about getting our people who have gone to court system or through the magistrate system, possibly getting them sentenced to home so that they're not going into jail to keep our jail bill from rising. I would like to see us or the prosecutor or work through us to come up with a good community service program. So if it's not an issue where they beat the crap out of someone or have killed someone, there's a possibility of them to be sentenced to community service. It could be a 30-day, a 60-day, a 90-day, or a year, or whatever. Community service could be done through DRC, but it's going to take a lot of work from the prosecuting attorney, along with our judges and our magistrates. And the people that are being sentenced to the community service can be used for litter cleanup, because with our new park, our new national park, if you can go down some of our roads, we have a lot of areas that just needs trash picked up. We have a lot of what I call trashy homes that needs to be taken care of. And Tommy, our litter control officer, could take pressure off of him of trying to pick up trash where he could spend more time giving out tickets for people who have trashy homes. So a good community service program would save us money on our jail bills, would help us to clean up the communities, the county, and most importantly, let our guy that takes care of litter control do litter control. The community service coordinator would have to be hired. We would have to get a vehicle for them to pick up trash in, to throw it in the back of their vehicle or back of the trailer. And that's something that we could do through DRC with extra support from grants from the state. If anyone isn't aware, our local jail bill will be increasing up to $63 a day. Is that what it
I
is?
don't remember. I just know it was a few dollars
Yeah.
a day.
It's currently it's $48.50 a day. But it's going to be going up higher, and our county cannot afford extra jail bills, and this would be a way to offset that jail bill. So I wanted to bring that up to everyone's attention. And hopefully we'll be able to talk more in depth about it on the 27th, if possible. And if you guys have any questions, I'll take them now.
I didn't have any questions, but I just want to just point out, I know that, I've been in touch with Anthony. He's the new chairperson of the DRC board, and I know that it is short, to at least 2 employees right now. And I think they're looking, they've put out they're taking applications for a DRC director. They're taking applications to backfill for the employee who had to be terminated. And so and based on the emails that went back between me and Judge Ewing on this issue, I know that it's his priority that they that they focus on the programming, on the community corrections piece of that program before they'll get into the community service stuff, because he was like, well, that's, if you look at the statute, that's what it was built to do. And that's true. And my, of course, response back to him was supports what you just said, is that, and what Commissioner Lease has been saying all along, with regard to Health and Humane Society or wherever, that the program could be a lot more robust. And I think that that's what's happening, that, with Anthony as the head of that board, and he's also, the board didn't have all of its members appointed yet. I think we've got, do we have them on there? Yeah,
Yes.
so we do have some at 11:45 where we were going to approve appointments. I think once he has a complete board, and once he has they have a program director in there who can run a program, that then this is something that's totally a possibility. I just think just getting back up on the feet is going to be the first priority. So that's just based on my knowledge of everything that's going on. I think once they have a full complement, and they have a qualified director in there, and that's something I should just sensitize you to while it's on there, that that we may have to evaluate that salary and consider whether we can afford a higher salary for a DRC director, so we can get someone with program management experience and not just experience working in a day report center.
That's why I brought this up now, because the House is supposed to be taking up a bill that's going to look at community service programs in all counties. to
Yeah,
help offset the jail bills.
yeah, I heard that Austin told me he was working on something
Yep.
in a meeting the other night, and I told him I would sit down with him on this. And I'm going to recommend that he talk to the prosecutor and the sheriff and others involved in the programs, and maybe even just go sit at the next board meeting and talk to the board members about what they need, and maybe even Judge Ewing. Just so he can understand, because it's kind of hard to understand the whole thing. You know, if you have the stakeholders who know how it works, and the people who represented the people who go there, you know, you have a better understanding of what it could do. And I could put him in touch with Gary Gerald in Nicholas County, who everybody knows. I think it's highly competent running a good program, you know, to help him with that. But
I just gotta say, thank goodness we're trying to do something that I was like to do in the last 2 years.
Yeah. Okay, so that wraps up my little part, and it didn't take that long. So we're just behind now a little bit. So
Could
Or-
we, I'm sorry, do you think it would be okay, since I know we have to do executive session on the 11 o'clock, since it's 11:45, to go forward with get those board appointments knocked out and, and then we could end the day with the farmland issue? For the board appointments, we need Anthony for all of it. I think, well, Sheriff Ridley's here and he could do it. He's on the board. And I can tell you that Anthony has talked to me as the person we chose to be on the board about putting these people in. I can tell you that, are you okay with moving to 11:45? That's why I was asking first.
I mean, these folks have been sitting here and we got another attorney back in the back, so what's your thoughts? Do you mind if we do a little quick one so we can spend more time with you folks?
I don't know that our issues are gonna take very long. We're here to discuss the easement that the offer that we're making for our easement that we're working on. So,
The only reason I'm asking is that we have to go in executive session because we got a memo from our attorney this morning that we need to give him guidance on whether he can release it. And so normally when we go in executive session, just the logistics of moving out of the room and being out of the room and coming back in. When these things are just like, okay, are we okay with these people being on the board? And that's all we have to knock out. I was trying to be more efficient.
do you need us to leave?
No, you don't have to leave. No.
No, we'll leave.
We'll leave when it's time to leave. That's what I'm saying. Anytime we go to executive session, we have to pile out of here.
So you're saying that with our issue on our agenda item, that you're gonna have to go into executive session to discuss the easements that we're working on with the Sparks property?
No, we asked some questions with regard to this agenda item and we got some answers.
Okay.
And we need those answers explained to us
You got answers from who?
from our attorney.
And your attorney's gonna explain this.
He's right there.
In executive session is what you're saying?
Yeah, because it's legal advice.
I understand that. I'm just asking when. So I'm saying we can't do our easement work before you do your lease work?
Does it require an approval or are you asking something of us?
You asked us to come back and tell you when we were going to finish our offer with the Sparks property easement that we're working on.
So you're
So
just
that's what
giving
we're
us
looking for.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind taking it.
Okay.
If it's,
Okay, let's go ahead. With the Sparks property.
Okay. Evan just prepared a quick scan of it. So this is, if I can find it on there. This one is Brian Sparks' farm. These are the other two easements that applied to us last year. These are just some blow-ups of that. Of those
There's
three properties. And just more for your information, that is the point that runs into US 19 of the Sparks easement.
okay.
And that's how far away it is from the road right away. This is all wooded area between the easement and US 19.
I just want to make one more point. That's not the only agenda item that's noticed under farmland protection, just so you know. That's the reason, because there's several things on here, like the update on the lease and other things. So it wasn't just your piece that I was referring to, just to clarify.
I thought it was just, I'm confused. I'm confused because I didn't think it was about, when we mentioned Sparks, I don't even see that in here. I just see Fayette County Farmland
Well,
Protection Board update on easements
that's
and
what this
New
is.
Roots Farm.
Right, this is the update on.
I thought it was the easement on the farm.
Yeah, I thought it
No,
was
no,
too, the
no.
way it was noticed. I know. So
Yeah, you asked us to come back and let you know.
this
when we
is
were
on
making our
the,
offer.
yeah, so It's just, we were confused as well
Yeah,
about what it was.
because the
but
way
There's
that-
a
the
whole,
way it
there's a whole
reads.
bunch of stuff in this
Oh,
one.
you in particular said when you guys are ready to do your, do your.
Right,
stuff,
right.
come back and let us know.
Okay, yeah, that, okay.
Okay, well, I have no problem with getting that knocked out. I have no problem with getting that knocked out. No, we have a whole bunch of other farmland related
Yeah, there's
stuff
like a,
with regard to
but
the
none of them
farm that's on
mentions
here.
the Sparks or any of them other properties. I
Right.
thought it was just easement on.
Yeah, that's
the
what threw me
Whitlock
off
farm
too. I
is
thought
what
we
I
were,
thought.
I thought
the
we
way
were
it
doing
read.
an OU and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah,
All right.
so that's where we're all confused about this.
Okay, so.
Okay, so Sparks runs into 19.
Yeah.
Is it over 1,000 foot away from 19?
No, the property line is approximately 50 yards away from 19. From the edge of 19.
Well, not from the right of way of 19, from the edge of the roadway. It has to be.
Yeah, right,
Okay.
that's right, yeah, right. He runs right up to the right of way. That farm, there was originally a point there that was condemned, when US 19 was put in, they took that
They took
point
that.
out there. Right,
Okay, all right.
so that's where it ends, and it's in the event that anything would need to be done along that corridor, there's that much room for them to, I believe 19 was designed for a 6-lane highway in the first place.
Well, see, I think what you're getting at is because I asked about the easement or right of way through the property, which usually state property, you have to have, it's not that easy to get
Right.
Easement through it.
Right. So at this point, the Farmland Protection Board would like at their next meeting to proceed with sending him an offer to buy his easement and signing a contract so that we can proceed on Brian Sparks' easement. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done in these situations. We will both agree on a price per acre that may or may not be met. Then there was an appraisal done and all of that, and then the board decides whether or not it will pay the appraisal price, and we negotiate that at the end of the day. But we end up purchasing the easement for the farm, and that's that.
Was this an operating farm right now?
Yes.
Yes.
What is it? What's it doing?
He's raising beef on it.
Oh, I know where that is.
Yeah.
Over there, kind of behind the post office.
It's
and
the
all
old Roman farm.
that? Okay. I used to go over there to buy vegetables and stuff.
It's a chicken farm.
I'm cool with it on this. I know where it is and what it's doing and it's operating farm. I've been out.
Now,
Yes,
the easement I was talking about, I mean, that's why you brought up, showed that easement.
Mhm.
When the county commission, it's got to come back to the county commission after it leaves here, correct?
We're gonna proceed with making him an offer and signing a contract, which means that the board will be obligated to him under that contract, that if, depending on how the appraisal comes out and the survey and all that, unless there's some kind of a hiccup, we will buy the easement.
Well, do you know what you're going to offer him yet?
We agreed in executive session, and I think John knows what the price was, but I'd rather not announce that before we make the offer on the record here. So,
Okay, no. Go ahead and finish your questions on that. 'Cause I do have a question related to the rest of the agenda.
But for the commission and people of Fayette County, would you be willing to asking for a 50-foot easement where he borders 19?
that would be something that could come up in negotiations. For sure. Yeah.
If you would do that, I'm good with it. Only reason, just in case,
Mhm.
water or sewer or anything, I mean, just in case or something like that. I would appreciate that. I'm good with it if that's okay.
Okay, I was gonna ask what the status of the MOU for the farm is. I know
Okay,
we've been-
so we're okay on the proceeding with the offer on the one farm.
With what I discussed, I'm good. I'm good.
So I guess we need to vote on that, do we? Okay. Okay, so why don't you articulate it, Tom, since you're the one who wants that easement? I
I make a
know.
motion to approve the request to make the offer to Sparks
Mhm.
for what you in the executive sessions with a,
Provision.
there you go, thank you, provision of a 50-foot right of way on a property that joins 19.
Second.
We got a motion and a second, and I'm not going to try to say everything he said. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So make your offer.
Yeah.
Here's your
You had another
paperwork too.
question?
Yeah, I just wanted to know the status because I know we've been trying to get the MOU for the farm organized, and I know that our attorney sent something to your attorney, and
Yeah.
at the last meeting, there was, or the last time we discussed it, there was a suggestion we hadn't done our part, and we had. We found out after the meeting, and we were waiting for your attorney's response, and that's been a couple months ago. So
Okay, so is it, all that I know is that Anna Ziegler circulated a lease to the members of the board. We all made little margin comments. She printed it off, and as far as I know, she returned it to your lawyer, but I haven't heard.
he's right here, and he says
Oh,
no.
okay. Oh, you haven't got it.
How she sent it, via email, which I haven't got anything via email
Okay.
or hard copy though. She did send an email. I do check my spam blocker, but I may have missed it, but I've not received it. So if I could get a copy of that.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
guys
okay.
just as the board, if you could get, call her and ask her to
Yeah, I
get
will.
that
I'll call
going.
her
That's
today.
been pending for some
Yeah, I'll
time.
call her today.
Thank you.
She has been busy, but I will call her today.
We all are
I
busy.
know.
I come and sit in here for 6 hours and have a law practice, so,
Okay. Okay,
but
so yeah, so as far as I know, the board has approved a copy of the lease. It was then gonna come to you and,
With the
Mhm.
changes that
yeah,
y'all made.
with the changes, yeah. And they didn't seem to be that many, so
yeah,
it just, yeah. That's what
okay,
that- Okay.
sweet. Thank
Anything
you.
else I can help you with?
No,
Tom?
that's it for that.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Can we,
That's it.
can we handle the rest of that one though, after we get these appointments done, just so we can end the day?
Yeah, because
Well, I'm wondering if we can move forward with anything if they don't have a
MOU?
lease back. MOU and lease.
I still want to talk, because he
Okay.
did send us a memo this morning, so I want to, go over that memo since he's here in person.
okay, so we have Susie. Is Susie here?
She's right there.
Oh, she's back.
Mhm.
Okay, she was hiding.
Are you ready for me now?
No.
Okay.
We're
Sorry.
gonna Let the sheriff talk to us about these appointments.
We'll get with you in just a minute because we got to talk with Mr. Tate, with the Mr. Attorney first.
Okay. I'll just say, Sheriff is up here to present these members on behalf of the Community Corrections Board as appointments. He's had a hard job when he was the director of the board, getting these positions filled. So I know they've been working really hard to identify people to fill in. With regard to the appointments of, I don't know Angela Chamber, I think she's at FMRS, isn't she?
is.
Kristy Comer is a CPS supervisor. She's been a CPS worker in this county for a long, long time. These people are to fill statutorily required sets of qualifications. So in that case, it has to be social work for Kristy. I can't think of a better person, frankly. I mean, she's outstanding at her job, and she'll show up to meetings. She's been coming to meetings. Angela Chambers fills the mental health one. The only one that they don't have filled now with the appointment of these two, assuming they go through today, is the drug counseling, the person who has rehab specialists. And I suggested they have to need that you guys try to recruit Cliff Massey, used to be with Health Department, because he's peer recovery coach, and he's worked wonders for my clients and Anthony's clients and, a bunch of the people in the system. So he would be a good person if they get him in there, but I don't know if he's interested in anything to do with us right now, but that's the good news is all the positions would be filled on the board with the exception of that. And I brushed upon it earlier, but with regard to the temporary appointment of Jim Rinehart to Community Corrections Director, there is nobody else over there. I mean, he's it. I mean, we have a couple of other employees who do other things, but as far as managing the big program stuff, he's the one. So we have to have somebody in charge. He's agreed to do it temporarily while we advertise for a replacement. He has no interest personally in having that job, according to Anthony. So we're just looking at a temporary appointment of him as interim director, and with that would come a temporary salary increase while his duties temporarily increase.
And it'd be the same salary that the former employer was making at that position.
So that's my background on all of this, which I just got from the prosecutor a
And
couple
you
days ago.
just hit
after
it
they
right
met.
on the head, Commissioner. Everything that she said saved me a lot of talking. So yes, with Ms. Comer, Ms. Chambers, by statute, they have to, again, like she said. And then also with Mr. Rinehart, he stepped up, and the board voted on him, voted for him to do that position. We just asked the county commission to say okay on that. And then she did leave one out on
I see it now.
on Mr. Kincaid. Dalton Kincaid was approved months ago, to be hired as a case manager at the DRC. For some reason or another, the former employer did never bring that forward. And this young man's been waiting and waiting and waiting. I reached out to him. And the board, a second time, okayed him to be hired, and we required, asking the county commission that we can hire Dr. Kincaid as a case manager out there also. So that's.
And that's the backfill for the employee we terminated. And
Right.
and I want to say too, that I did ask, and there he is now, the hard work is done. We're on the DRC. I did ask Anthony to look into what flexibility the board has, given the weird statutory construct, to determine what the salaries of new hires are going to be, or when raises for people at the DRC are going to be implemented, because that's something that's not clear. Like because I asked him, I said, well, I replied, oh, what are we hiring him as? He's entry level, we saw the resume, and
I know
they
that they haven't received any raises. I told Anthony this the other day also. I went back to 2015, I think, the last few, and this is what they started at.
well, and that's not okay either.
No.
So I feel like we can deal with that in the wage and benefit review board, but I want to make sure, I want to see what the authorities are, like how we can, just to make sure, do we give the board a budget and the board has to give salaries out according to budget? I don't know what kind
That's
of.
what
How are
we've
we
done
having that?
before.
That's
Is it-
what's happened now. Yes, so real quick, 120,000 was approved and granted the last couple of years from the state. And then we, or the county commission, gets it, and usually I presented the budget and say, this is the salary we're asking for increase, yada, yada, yada. Well, then we could never do anything because we never get to see how much we're gonna get back from the state until July, and then it falls off the doctor.
I think we always gave 210 on top of the 100, wasn't it? It was total of 300,000 or something.
It's 30
Yeah,
something.
what I remember.
Right.
I mean, I haven't looked at
So
it for a
the
while.
county commission would come back and say, okay, we can't really set this budget because we don't know how much we're gonna get from the state. And then it just fell to the wayside. We just keep going on, because I went back and looked and I pulled up and I told Anthony this too, salary was 40-some thousand, 38,000, 35,000. And we had two positions that Ruth and I have talked about several times. We had one for 29,000 and one for 21,000.
Then we had 27 in unclaimed property.
Right. And we did not fill them with like the van driver stuff. We always try to find somebody, which we got an email today saying we need another driver. We filled them in with temporary people at $12 an hour, whatever it might be, and with no benefits and stuff like that. But the one driver, he's no longer with us anymore.
But I still think it was 300-some thousand.
Well,
with
I
the
don't-
county
I don't-
commission
Yeah, I
allotted.
thought your grant covered all the salaries.
It covers,
Does it?
it's
120,000.
well, one would drop to 110 one year
Right.
because there wasn't as many programs out there, from what I remember.
Right, and then went back
And then,
up to
and then went back up because programs was back in place from what I
So if they
remember.
did need raises or something, and we are waiting for something like that, I mean, I feel like their raises should come just like anybody else's raises should come. I mean, the board should make decisions on who needs a raise and why based on the recommendations of the director.
And we talked about
And then
that.
present that to, and then Anthony or you, I mean, you're both on the wage and benefits review board, it could just be part of that process, I think, and then we can run everything through here. if we need to.
And I'll tell you what the starting salary of Mr. Kincaid is $35,000 a year, and it's a little bit lower than what it was before, not much.
Mhm.
And then it goes up to 38, was one been there a long time, and then
Right. When Anthony did research too, he looked into it after I asked that question to make sure it was compatible for somebody with that experience level, and he believed it was, so.
Jared White, who's on the board, advised that a probation officer starting out with a college degree with no experience would start out at about $35,000. That's what Jared advised.
But again, that's the things in front of us, Ms. Comer, Ms. Chambers, and hiring Mr. Kincaid.
I don't have a problem with it.
So I move that we appoint Kristy Comer and Angela Chambers to the Community Criminal Justice Board as
That's it.
recommended by the board.
Okay, that's
Yep.
what we're gonna do one at a
Do
time.
one at a
Just
time.
for-
That's what I was
just for-
doing.
Just for clarification, Kristy Comer is going to be one of the at-large positions on the board.
Okay, that's right. That's right. There was an issue. She was appointed previously, but not the way she was to the type of position she was supposed to be appointed to. So,
Basically, when I looked at the minutes, she was appointed by the county commission as an ex officio non-voting member of the board. And under the code, to be an ex officio non-voting member of the board, you have to be a circuit judge, probation officer, or a magistrate. And I think what the intention was, is I think it was intended that she be the replacement for Judge Ewing when he became judge. He had to step down from the board. So her appointment should be for the one of the at-large positions on the board.
okay.
And if the commissioners have any questions about her, I know her fairly well and what her background is. I know Allison does too.
I told them while you were gone. So I'll amend my motion to ensure that Kristy Comer is appointed to an at-large position on the board rather than ex officio, which was her previous appointment.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the appointments of Kristy Comer and Angela Chambers to the Community Criminal Justice Board. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's passed. Okay, now go to the second one.
Okay, so I move that we approve the board's recommendation of hiring Dalton Kincaid at a salary of $35,000. And what is the starting date?
You want me to answer that? Sure. He's got to give these 2 weeks' notice. He was waiting for the commission to come back. Anthony or I are going to call him and he will be.
I called him on Thursday right after the board meeting and I told him that, and I didn't mean to be presumptuous, but I told him I didn't think his approval would be a problem with the county commission, given his background and education and all that. So, and I told him the flip side to that is if there was a problem, I'm sure he could always go back to his employer and say I've reconsidered. So I believe he was supposed to submit his 2 weeks on Friday of last week, October 1st. So I'm hoping he can start the 15th of October. That's what I'm hoping. Because we need somebody.
I
we need to
move
get somebody
that
out there.
it'd be effective as soon as October 15th, or as soon as he reports if it's the following Monday.
A second.
Got a motion, a second for Dalton Kincaid to start as a case manager, starting as soon as the 15th of October. All those in favor? Aye.
And that's at a salary of 35.
Rest.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead to the third.
Okay, the third is for the reasons I laid out, and Anthony, I just told the other commissioners what you told me about Jim only agreeing to do this temporarily, and that you've already been advertising, and Mike had updated us, that you've already had some applicants for the
And just to make
director
sure you,
position.
just to be clear about this, I told him, when I spoke with Jim, he said he didn't want the director position. He said he would fill it temporarily. The board recommended that he be given Jerry salary while he's serving in the position of interim director. He understands that once the director is hired, that he'll go back to being a case manager, and his salary will again go back to what it was prior to him being elevated to interim director. I've heard he may submit a resume for the director position. We haven't received it at this point. So, I mean, obviously that could potentially change things, but where things stand now is his understanding is he's going to be interim director, and then once the decision's made, he goes back to.
Now,
his manager.
I know we've discussed this before, and I mentioned this to Mike when I spoke with him about something else yesterday, but my biggest concern, and I've been really concerned about how the DRC's been, running and some of the criticisms, is that the person hired, I saw a couple of the resumes, and I see people who have experience and, experience that's great for a case manager job. But I really feel like even if they have zero DRC experience, that if they have experience at program management, they're going to be a much higher qualified applicant, in my view, than someone who's worked in community corrections. They just are, because the skills are, running a program and applying for the grants and that sort of thing. And while, you could get good employees to work under them who can help with that. And of course, Jim has the background with that. And I don't know what Jim's program management experience is, so I'm just speaking out there, but I just urge you as somebody who does care about what's going on out there and who wants a good program for my clients.
We're not even close to making a decision. Mike and I are gonna go through the resumes, send those to the board, and we're gonna try to do interviews. Hopefully make a decision sometime toward the end of November.
I sensitized my colleagues to the fact that we may have to agree to a higher salary than we were paying the previous director to recruit somebody with the skills I just identified. And I've even talked to Ruth about, looking to see how we could afford that. So keep that in mind. Like if you look through there and you don't have an applicant that you think can be the CEO of the day report, then by all means advertise again and let's come back to us and let's get a salary, because that tells us the market's not there. Like we're not hitting the price point.
Well, we did not put a salary.
You didn't?
In the ad, and that was partly because you and I had a conversation about potentially increasing the compensation.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously at some point we're gonna have to make a decision and see where we end up as far as candidates and whether or not they're receptive.
Well, why don't you take a look at who you got and kind of get an idea of what you think it should be. Like if you get somebody who's really well qualified and you want to recruit them, then, just let us know what you think it should be. If just based on what she made before, they might have looked it up to see what it did pay before, and that might have been the basis. And if you don't have a lot of good qualified applicants there and we actually need to headhunt, then let's headhunt. Because I think that this is so important, and it's just, we need somebody who knows how to manage a program.
There were, I don't know if you filled in the other two commissioners, but there were some disturbing deficiencies in terms of the way things were being done out there.
Well, there was a lot of confusion too, like as we've discussed, it's supposed to be a program with a board of directors. Like that's what that board is like, just like any big business. The board of directors does it, the CEO runs the business. That's how the statute has it structured. But instead what was happening is, everybody was looking to either us or the sheriff, who was the chairman of the board at the time, to do the day-to-day. We even had a letter from the former prosecutor withdrawing from it because he said, I don't feel like I should be running the day report center day-to-day or be over it. Sheriff tried to get out of it too, and rightfully so, that was not their job. So that's why I'm saying, the amount we'll save by hiring a competent person at a salary worthy of that person's skill set is going to be so much, it's going to be worth it, because we're going to make a ton of money on the program. Then the money is going to come in like it used to and make money for the county, and we'll be able to do the community service things and things like that. But we need somebody who knows how to do the program.
If I can elaborate on that a little bit more, and Tom, you talked about using DRC participants for community service. And one of the problems that we have right now is we don't have a lot of people that are being supervised by DRC, and they feel like they don't have the bodies to spare. And that's a function of the fact that our magistrates have lost confidence in the program, and they're not willing to send people out there. So essentially, what we've been working on here over the past 3 weeks or so is getting the board squared away so that we have who we need on the board. There's still going to be, after the appointments today, there's still going to be one vacancy, but at least we have 10 of the 11 spots filled. I mean, I'm committed to getting this thing running the way it should, because it makes my job easier and makes my staff's jobs easier as prosecutor and assistant prosecutors, because we have several extra sets of eyes keeping track of people that have criminal charges pending. And you know, you get to the point where you trust what's going on out there, we'll be able to increase the number of people that go out there. One of the things that we're going to try to work on is at some point DHHR was using community corrections to do the drug screens and abuse of drug cases. And, for reasons, the end result is DHHR quit using them because they didn't have confidence in how things were being done. And that is actually a source of revenue for the program.
Right.
A significant source of revenue, because state DHHR was paying the community corrections program. So I want, and that's another one of the reasons why I was hoping we could get Kristy. And Kristy technically was already on the board, but now she's a voting member. But having a CPS supervisor on the board, she'll get a front row seat to what we're doing out there and the changes we're making, and hopefully we can get that revenue stream,
Restore that confidence.
back. But as a practical matter, we're sending Fayette County abuse and neglect participants to Raleigh County for drug screens. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, in the end, it costs taxpayers money because we're having to pay to shuttle them to Raleigh County. But you know, I think at this point we've got the board in place except for one position, and I've asked everybody on the board to think about who might be able to fill that position. I know I've got somebody in my house and I've talked about, and I'm going to reach out to them.
Already throw it out there.
But the other thing is we're going to start meeting. Fed says we have to meet at least 4 times a year. We're going to meet more than that until I feel the place is straightened out and we can have the confidence. And you know, part of my campaign promise to reduce the jail bill, part of that has to do with my ability to send people to DRC. There's people in the regional jail that may not necessarily be able to post bond. I'm not necessarily going to be willing to reduce their bond and let them out unless I can be assured that we're going to have additional supervision. You know, when somebody posts bond, generally they post the bond for a bonding company or a family puts up property, and then they're out the door and we never see them again until arraignments and then for court hearings. But there's some individuals you might feel a little better about letting them out of jail and the resolution of the case if you know that they're going to be supervised by a day report, they'll be subject to random drug screens, home visits, and what have you. And it gives us confidence in being a little more lenient insofar as letting people out pre-trial. So once, you know, that's another way that the DRC ultimately getting it back to where it needs to be is going to ultimately help the county save some money when it comes to the jail bill.
I think you're 100% right. Like one of the things that has come up is that they were using a little too much discretion to give somebody a break who violated terms of their bond release. And, you know, some of these cases were very serious and the prosecutor's office wasn't finding out about some of them until a month later. And that was a violation where they just unilaterally let the defendant choose to go to rehab, to which either he didn't report or didn't report for long. And then he was
there for
3 days, and then he was on the lam, and he had very serious charges pending. I know because I used to be his lawyer.
He had a history of well, the problem is he had issues that come up where he had violated his bond previously. He was given another chance, and then basically he comes in late July and tests positive for 6 controlled substances and alcohol. Nobody said a word. Nobody said anything to the judge. And I was told a month later, oh, hey, he went to rehab and we haven't seen him since. But then I found out he went to rehab for 3 days.
And left.
Yeah.
And then left. And they did, the way they found out about it is one of the employees happened to be driving down Route 61 and passed him in a vehicle. He doesn't have a valid driver's license parenthetically, but if it wasn't for that chance encounter, who knows? I mean, I still may not know about it. And then when I finally had a chance to start looking into it, I called over and I said, was he drug screened when he came in on July 23rd? Yeah, well, I'm gonna see the results. And that's when I found out he had a positive screen for 6 controlled substances. Never brought to my attention.
Only 6.
Only 6.
Shoot.
But my problem is I made it clear that any bumps in the road for this guy, I don't even know about. And I wasn't told, Judge Ewing was not happy, and he wasn't told, because as Allison said, his charges are pretty serious. I mean, I took the steps necessary to have his bond revoked, and he's now in the Southern Regional. But it should not have, I mean, quite frankly, I should have been notified on July 23rd. And I would have revoked his bond or tried to revoke his bond. Yeah, it's up to the judge, but I would have at least gone to the judge and say, you know, we need to.
What he wants to do, yeah.
But I think we're heading in the right direction, and I'm pleased with how the first serious meeting went. And I think we're heading in the right direction.
Good.
Mr. Kincaid texted back, he can start on the 18th, that's when, that Monday.
Okay, so I'm in my motion for the start date to be on Monday, the 18th for Mr. Kincaid.
Okay, correction, right?
Right, amendment. Okay, so 11:18. So, so the last thing we need to do is I move that we go ahead and agree with the board's recommendation to appoint Jim Rinehart as the interim director of community corrections at the salary, temporary salary of the prior director of community corrections.
A second.
And that was $45,300.
45,300 and what?
It's $45,308.
And to return to his current salary at the end of his interim appointment, once the director is appointed. Did you second?
Second, I'm sorry.
Okay, got a motion and a second to approve Jim Reinhardt sitting in as interim director with a salary increase, but we'll go back to his regular salary after a new director has been hired. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we need to move into executive session.
Okay, what, do you want to do 911 center update? Is that executive
No.
session as well? Because we,
Yeah.
yeah, I read it all already. I
She
mean,
won't be here.
she had a medical.
We're not going to throw
I
anything
think
else.
we just need to put that on another agenda item, don't you?
I think so.
That way
I read
she can update the public with what we got, you know, in email.
Yeah.
Once we decide. What were you gonna say, John?
That we can't keep kicking this 11 o'clock one down the road. We need to take care of it.
Yeah, I think we need to take.
So let's go ahead and go into executive session.
Motion to go into executive session or second.
I second.
Executive session starts at 12:40 or 12:25.
If I may, what's the purpose of
The purpose is to discuss the advice memo that Mr. Taylor sent us this morning with regard to the farm lease. The item on 11.
Was that yours?
Yeah.
They are really good.
They're good, butter Hey, I'm making this too. This is from see if John wants a copy while we're in there.
Wasabi is hot.
You tried to kill a sheriff. Me, I didn't give it.
Okay, we're back from our executive session. And
You want me to do?
at the current time, we have no decisions.
decisions.
Yep.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, we're gonna let Susie present.
Yeah, at the current time, we have no decisions. So, what's next on the thing here? Susie. Approval and promotion of apprentice to community food systems coordinator and production manager, transition plan and funding discussion.
Yeah, so I, had put together a larger staff plan, for the September 15th meeting. And, just in the course of the 3 weeks, we had some changes. And so for the immediate needs right now are just the approval of the 2 apprentices that were funded under the ARC Surrounding Farms grant this year to transition into part-time roles outside of that apprenticeship. And that would be moving into the community food system coordinator position, Emily Bonzik, and then the production manager position, Kate Kissler. And I described some of the issues we've had in like staffing a production.
Do we have your paperwork on this?
Is this, I got marks all over. Is this what you,
So that was what I had originally planned for the 15th, and based on some conversations we had and feedback that I got during that AmeriCorps, the meeting where I presented on the AmeriCorps, you guys had some of that information. That outlined some of these like year-long staffing plans that I was creating, and I'm shortening that to look at a smaller time frame through March of this year and assessing what the most immediate needs are.
you mean March of next year?
March of next year, and trying to assess what the most immediate needs are and trying to cover those and take a little more time to see how some things play out to determine what the best course of action is on a longer term staffing.
Okay, do you have a copy for us?
Wait a minute, do you have something in your packet that says 11? Because I don't have one in mine. And I was trying to do all this while Ruth had her door shut yesterday.
So is it, you're talking about the same amount of people instead of
Give me
going
that
through
seat.
September and October, you're talking about.
So I'm talking about not the same amount of people and looking at a smaller time frame, because I feel like that's more appropriate for navigating kind of the rate of change that happens around the project. But this would be the updated spreadsheet, and then it's pretty much looking at those 2 staffing items.
Well, I didn't get it in there.
Just
No,
give me
I-
a second.
okay.
Yours was, you wouldn't have had yours because it came in after you got yours.
Oh, okay.
I don't have it.
No, I
Okay.
do not have an 11.
And well, just while they're looking for all this stuff.
Susie, what's the, oh, go
Go ahead,
ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna ask what the update is on the agrarian commons.
Yeah, so the Commons Board, we still have regular meetings, and we just secured a couple large donations that have been in the works for the past several months now. And we just announced those today, actually, and that was, there's been an anonymous donor that is matching up to a certain amount that we haven't disclosed yet, but they matched 1-to-1 on a large $50,000 donation from the organization. Local organization, and so that's $100,000 announcement that happened today, and so that puts the fundraising goal for the farm at $230,000 and some change, which puts us about 10% out. We're about 90% of our fundraise goal at this point, and so those donations, we've been working on them for a while, but it's you don't know how. When things are actually going to fall into place, and so that all of that happening even in between these 2 meetings is having me think about what does the timeline actually look like on having the funds for the trust to be able to purchase the property and transfer it to the commons. And
What
it
are
seems
you
like-
lacking toward your goal? What's the 10%?
Like 27,000. That's what our set fundraiser goal was, and that's based on the appraisal and the acceptance of the appraisal. So we're waiting on that part of the process, but we feel like we set a fundraising goal, and we're just waiting to see how that plays out.
So let me ask you a question. I'm just gonna throw this out here at you. Let's say that you come up with this 20-some thousand
Mhm.
tomorrow.
Okay.
is y'all's plan to purchase it and move on?
I mean, I feel like I need more specifics.
Well,
around
move
what
on
move
means
means.
the county's no more funds, it's done, it's transferred, we're all out of this. and-
So the transition plan that I have presented since really January of 2020 outlined that it's like 2 phases to the transition, because currently what we have in my mind is like, typically like when you talk about farm operation is there's like and when you go to get loans from like FSA or something, you can own the farmland and you can be an operator. And in this current situation, how I like to think about it is farmland owns the land and the staff, New Ridge Community Farm, that is housed in the Fayette County Commission is the operator, right? So farmland doesn't do operations. They don't work the land, they own it, they lease it. So what we're having in terms of the 2-part transition is there's a change in the landowner from the Farmland Protection Board to the West Virginia Agrarian Commons. And then the second part is the transition of the operations, which has currently been housed in the Fayette County Commission. And
So
that would get transitioned into a 501c3 nonprofit that would carry out and function very similar to the way it functions now, but we would have to bring on some additional administrative staff similar to like the structure of those nonprofits.
So you basically want the county to continue funding, that's what you're saying.
So what has always been the case is that we have to then work together, and by work together, I mean the land gets transferred and the commission needs to develop what they want their relationship to be with New Ridge Community Farm in terms of transferring of the grants that have been awarded to manage this project and transferring of the staff. If that's what you got, I mean, that has been what I've presented, that there now needs to be a developed relationship, a plan, a timeline, and everybody is on the same page about how that happens. And I feel like we're getting to the point where more in-depth conversations need to happen around that. And that was the other part of the agenda item that we were talking about is like, are we going to start talking about, you know, the hypothetical timeline and what does the county commission want to see if the land does get transferred, let's say in the next 2 to 5 months, when do they see the sequential transition of the operations outside of that? And is that still how you guys understand the transition to be happening? Do you have additional ideas around how that could work? We will likely need some legal guidance on that process. And, you know, we put in that power grant to support that. We were not awarded that, but we're still seeking additional ways to help support that part of the transition.
So does Agrarian Trust, right? Is that who it is? Agrarian Trust?
Yes, the
Okay.
Agrarian Trust.
Do they have a law? Do they have a lawyer?
Yeah, they do. And that's just the land ownership piece.
Okay.
You know, I feel like the way I interact with you is like, we are responsible for managing the operations on the farm. And that's the other part of like the transition.
See, I thought the county was gonna get out of this whole thing, and just push, you know, y'all take over and take the grants over and take everything over is what my understanding
That
was.
is my understanding.
Not 6 months or 5 months at the same time that this happened.
Well, that would involve us like digging into the details of how that happens. And there has to be an agreement, and it would also be, that would be a big focus and shift in my work, is to then say, okay, this is a focus. We want this to happen at the same time as the land transfer. If that's what you want to, if that's what the commission, if that's what you guys want to see happen, then we can work towards making that happen. But I guess the way I had always presented is that there's likely to be, you know, a little bit of a lag between the transfer of the land and the transfer of the operations. Because the land transfer seems more straightforward in my mind than navigating grant funding, stuff that has been purchased with taxpayer money and staff to make sure operations continue in a smooth way. That there is a lot of logistical pieces that need to be figured out in order to do that. And that would be a lot of my responsibility, but I'm also still currently responsible for meeting these grant outcomes that we're funded under. And that's why I was like, I need more capacity so I can get out from under all of this day-to-day stuff to say, here's the plan, here's the strategy on how we actually get out of the county and spend my time focusing on that.
Does Agrarian Trust have board members?
Yeah.
I would suggest that y'all meet and start figuring this thing out. Come up with a plan. I mean, you're wanting the commission to come up with a plan, or if the commission, excuse me, I don't know about the other two commissioners. The way I feel about this, signed, sealed, and delivered, and it's gone. And it's all on whoever, Agrarian Trust or whoever it is at the time it's transferred.
So you guys would have to sign and say, we no longer want responsibility for these grants. And we would have to communicate with the granting agencies and say, we have another entity that's ready to take over. Is that, I mean, that's what you guys want to see?
I'm just mentioning that I'm out in the open here, so the other two commissioners, I
No,
don't know how
that's-
they feel about it.
So is it one of those things where the government entity has to be a grant administrator or something, or agree to manage the grants or something?
No,
I'm
you
trying to
guys-
understand.
You guys are currently responsible for the grants, and you're now saying, hey, we have this other entity that's ready to do this, and we don't want to do it anymore, and we want to sign that over. And part of and so what has to happen in the development of the 501c3 is, yes, we need cash flow capacity, which is like what the county has served. And in order to go after some of these loan options is like, hey, you guys are saying in a document, yes, we want to sign over these grants so that if somebody wants to give us a loan, it doesn't operate like typical collateral, but it shows that, hey, this is how much money is left in the subaward agreement, and this is going to be the reimbursement process for this grant. And that builds our ability to get the funding that's needed to run the operation.
Okay, so Susie, I want to go back to a statement that I used 2 years ago when we talked first about someone coming in. I asked you guys to check, are all these grants transferable? Can they go with it when the property's gone? And you told me that yes, they are, and that we can do that. That's great. Now,
They are, but they don't go with the property. They go with an entity.
Will we go with Agrarian Trust?
No, because the commons, this is what I'm trying to explain about the difference between the owner and the operator. In my mind is that the commons, just like the Farmland Protection Board was like, we're not managing the property. We're not the ones taking on the grant funding. We don't do that. There has to be a separate entity that has capacity because they are structured legally as a 501c2. So all that they do is hold title to land and lease it. They actually don't do the operations.
okay, so I want to make sure I'm right on this. They hold the lease on the land and the property, or they'll hold the property. Someone else has to farm the property.
Right, that's the operations side of it.
Okay, so Agrarian, or however you say that, trust isn't going to be the operator. They're just going to be the landowner.
Yes.
And then
Okay.
this 501c3
Which is, yeah. and
is
which
going to
I'm
be
work-
the operator.
And I'm working on developing that, and I'm under the impression now that that should be 100% expedited and be priority to say, hey, the operator entity needs set up now, just the same way we set up an entity to be the landowner. You want to see, the feedback I'm getting from Tom is that the transfer of the land, you want to see transfer of operations happen at the same time as the transfer of land, even though those two things will be
Well,
different.
it looks like you have the transfer of operations to happen several months before you expect the transfer of land to happen. Is that right?
No, it was the inverse of that. So after the land transfer.
Oh, I see, March. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I think keep it simple as far as that. But it looks like, is it just a month difference that you're talking about here?
Potentially, I mean, right, it's a moving target at this point to see,
It might be a year from now. What you're saying, it might be a year from now.
I mean, I don't have control.
I know, you don't have control of funds, yeah.
I mean,
I
I
know,
don't-
just
I
throw
don't
it out
have
there. That's
no-
why
I
I wanted
have
to say
no-
it might be a year from now.
Yeah.
Well, and
Okay.
here's something I'm gonna throw out there.
It's
So
something
if
that's
the $27,000 is all that it's gonna take to financially poise the farm to be able to get transitioned, wouldn't we save that in benefits money? I mean, I'm just,
Well, Miss Taylor, I was going to mention that, and I'm so glad you did, because to me, 27,000, and I hate to speak, but we've already wasted enough money on it to get it out and get it over with. I think what you're saying is if the county commission would come up with money, to get it moved on. Is
That's
that
what I
you're
was saying.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
Get it
Susie,
over
what
with.
would be the implications of that if the county were able to help you reach the goal?
So I guess.
It's assuming we legally
Right,
can, because I don't know the
Yeah,
answer
we
to
don't
that.
know.
So in my ideal situation, what makes the most sense to me is that this fundraiser, we've got some things that are gonna take in my mind, like the closing of the property. If it was like we got the money right now, we still have probably a couple months for the property to close. And within those, let's say 2 to 3 months of that happening, what I would like to understand is like, I have the staff, like we've agreed to a timeline or to ensure that the transition of operations happens at the same time as land transfer. And we set that date. And so then I break down, like, here are the things that I need to have in order to have New Community Farm set up to carry on operations. And having that security that's like, this is the timeline that we want to operate on, and this is what you guys want to do to support it. Me knowing that, right, the revenue account that I can spend down that money on staff and additional equipment, material supplies, to keep the operations going in the meantime, that security is important. That feels more important to me than saying, here's cash for the land right now. If that makes sense.
Okay, so you're going to run the 501c3 under New Roots. Do you have an anticipated timeline on how long it's going to take you to complete the paperwork and to get the thing back?
Right, so we've done, I've been working on board recruitment. And so the process of board recruitment and like state incorporation, I feel good that we can have that done by mid-November. The next part is that portion of the commission saying, hey, here's an entity that we're now transferring these grant awards to. And you guys, we produce an MOU that says, there's this amount of money left in grant X, Y, and Z, and we no longer want to take on that responsibility. And here's the entity that's going to be responsible for carrying it out. That allows me to then do fundraising to secure some cash flow to cover payroll. That is like very important. to
Okay,
the
so
operations.
that's Gabe's. Gabe will do that MOU to get all that stuff transferred.
Yeah, and April has already, who's mainly, this is what I'm also trying to time. That there's an award of a large 3-year grant that I'm trying to postpone, and so that you guys don't even have to sign that sub-award agreement. We don't draw anything down, and we immediately go ahead and transfer that. We should be able to close out LFPP by December, close out RBEG by December, and those are the only 2 grants that are fully run that the commission has been awarded for the project. So I'd like to close those out, tidy all that, finish the reports. And then we have sub-award agreements on multi-year grants. And I've already communicated with the director at Sprouting Farms, who those grants are through. And she has reached out to the granting agencies. They have said, yes, this is possible for us to do. Now we're waiting on the next steps of what that looks like.
Okay, now, after that's done, and you get your 501c3, everything's set up, and we say, yes, you've got our blessing, you're now the operator. Excuse me, my English was horrible. Is then the New Roots going to be taking care of payroll off of all the grants?
Yeah, that would be that is like the scenario is that we have been able to secure funds, and we're looking at that through a few different options. Through a foundation who's interested in trying out some newer options, NCIF, and Sprouting Farms has also secured a small business loan, small business association loan to help manage their cash flow. So I'm working on all of those pieces to get them in place. And whatever we end up with, whatever we can cobble together is going to dictate what our staffing, what our capacity is. And I'm just going to have to follow the numbers at that point to build out what our operation looks like.
Okay, so after that's done, then you'll determine your staffing. After the staffing's determined, then you'll go ahead and run the operation as you normally ran it, depending on how many employees you have.
Yeah, and ideally, we will be able to have like an executive director and
Okay. An actual director and everything. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I understand it without trying.
And I would be happy to like present to you all, right, what that business plan looks like.
To me, I don't care what the business plan is. The only thing my concern is, and I'm not trying to be rude, this thing's being transferred. It's not gonna be the county's problem. It's not gonna be any. Your business plan is what your business plan is, and hopefully it works. What I'm saying is getting the commission and the county off the books of paying all this stuff and let you do what you do
And so,
best.
and until that time, would it be the understanding of the commission that I continue to function the same way I have until this date of like transfer
Well,
and transition?
I would like to push this thing to December 31st, and I don't know whether that's too late, too early. I don't know how the other commission feels about it. But there's 2.5 months there that everything can be done, everything can be, that's a lot of time.
I would say that that's ambitious, and what I would also caution about is that you guys have already made an investment in the project, and to rush this final hour and not do it well endangers that investment in my mind. And that would be my only consideration.
Well, the biggest thing is that we invested on something that doesn't appear to have this huge return for the county that it, originally was sold to be. I mean, I'm still struggling with how our program is benefiting all of Fayette County.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that the language that is used around how ambitious and how much impact projects and programs have is misleading, but I also would say that we are committed to the long haul. And I think that when we let this project play out and we let it grow in an entity that is appropriate for it to grow, that is really what it takes to scale our impact. And I would say that we've done a good job of coming online, in the middle of COVID and 3 years to build out a lot of infrastructure, and we're working on development on the rest of the property and our ability to say, hey, here's a farm, here's what it costs to set it up. We have a land access program, and we employ up to 15 people. And I think that that's a good deal. And we're also facilitating the sales to wholesale. So we are in the New River Gorge region, which is part of the turn row. We have the highest wholesale numbers. We are leading in the farm to school program because we have a great director with Andy Pence. We have the ability to aggregate.
Who's
those
Andy
products.
Pence?
He's the nutrition director.
Yeah, nutrition guy.
State County Schools, and so, right, he's been able to secure grant funding to use that to purchase local, but he wouldn't be able to run that program if we weren't there. We're ready to grow what's happening in that space. We both have brought on food access AmeriCorps to then engage kids, but we haven't really done a lot of engagement because we've been cautious about it. And we haven't been able to grow the staff and build the skill set needed to do the work. We're starting really at a blank slate in a lot of ways. And I hear you that, I think things do get oversold in the timeline that they operate, but I would say in 3 years that we can demonstrate that there is an impact, and that the best thing that we can do is put it in an entity where we can grow capacity, because capacity in this space is burdensome. And we don't want to do that. And we want the people that work to be focused on their impact in developing programs and doing that instead of spending their time like navigating all of this weird transition phase that we're in and not being able to plan for the long term because we're like, oh, are these pieces gonna fall into place? And is this thing gonna actually happen?
Is it your understanding that while we have been negotiating the lease with Farmland Protection, that the old lease with URA has still been in effect?
That was my understanding, I guess, because that's what they said, I think.
It is your understanding?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought that got said in the meeting, the last meeting in which all 3 of those parties were here. I think URA, Farmland, and you all.
Yeah, but they gotta have separate meetings in their, no, I'm talking about here. She's talking about what they've said in their board meetings.
Right, because it was my impression that URA voted to terminate the lease early and to facilitate an avenue for us to negotiate a lease with Farmland Protection to basically bridge the gap between the time that Commons is going to take it over and your 5013C is set up. And so but that hasn't happened. And we talked about that just a little bit earlier. You were in here when we discussed that. So,
Yeah.
so either there is no lease in place right now and you're working on property where there's no lease, or the URA still holds lease. And I'm not sure what the,
Yeah, I believe that.
Gene Kistler told me, we called him during the executive session because we wanted to know the answer to it. And it was his impression too, that the lease is still intact with the URA, but I wanted to ask you if that was yours as well.
Yeah, that was my impression, and my honest take was that this was going to be resolved a couple months ago, and that we were gonna like move on, and like the conversation around this would have started sooner, but I felt like we got bogged down, right? So we transferred out of the URA and we finished like that part of the transition, and now we were gonna focus on, okay, what is this part?
See, the
look like?
issue is we've never got the changes or anything back from the, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, so it,
I
we've
hear
been
you.
waiting on something, Mr. Taylor, to get, so we could talk about it or make a decision, or he can send it back and forth, and it's never happened. So that's the.
Yeah,
2
and
months we're talking
I'm
about.
aware of that, and it seemed like there was a lot of like circling around of like, okay, what phase are we at? And it doesn't seem to be resolved at this point.
Well, yeah, and then there are rumors that there's an intentional stalling by Farmland just to get us to, I'm guessing these proposed dates. Like that we're not gonna enter, and I'm not saying that's true, I'm just saying there was a rumor that, that there was an interest in just, not negotiating that lease between the county and Farmland. Or I don't know that's Farmland's goal, but I'm just saying, I understand that there might be a delay because there are parties that would rather the lease go directly to the commons and just to start the process.
I recognize that, and again, my intentions have been transparent and presented to you all in
Oh, I
documents
agree.
for over 2 years about how I think this should go and how it should happen, but ultimately, I am not a decision maker around things like this. That is between you, that's between Farmland, that's URA. I just say, here's what I think is best based on my experience and my understanding of what's going on and my interest,
And,
my genuine interest in seeing this succeed. And I can tell you guys that, and then you guys say, yeah, we're good. Let's like work together to figure that out. And you give me a direction to say, yeah, go do this or don't do this. And
Well, I'll tell you when you suggested the end of the year just now, I like that date. If we don't see any movement on this lease, I mean, I'm going to lose interest in having a lease. I'm just going to say, like, it's like, if, it's already been 2 months, and I know this isn't you, so I'm saying this for the public, anybody's listening on this issue, that, if we don't have, a lease that we can work with, and I know there've been some changes, at least the board members, actually made a call to try to get their council to get us copies of their changes to the lease. But, I'm not going to be interested in delaying this indefinitely. I mean,
yeah, me
and,
either.
and if the parties who have a stake in all of this and who really want to support the farm, these kind of, if there is a deliberate stalling, that is not going to be productive. I mean, it just won't, like, it's going to cause us to have to revisit a lot of things, because our whole intent is to get this transition done, do it cleanly. The reason the URA had to come off that lease is because it was acting outside the scope of its statutory authorities. And so we were trying to help clean that up, and we haven't been able to do it because we can't, and apparently the board can't either get its approved or its changes through its own lawyer to get it over to our lawyer again. So that, I just wanted to sensitize you to that, because that's something that, I know I personally am very concerned about. We did ask a bunch of questions to our lawyer and to see what the implications were for this, that, or the other. And one of the big concerns was, is there even an active lease right now? I hopefully that's resolved with what Jean told me and what you're telling me.
That's
But
what I believe Jeff Proctor read a piece of paper that day that said that they would terminate their lease upon a special meeting being called by the Farmland Protection Board to terminate the lease also and to sign a new lease with you all. And so there would be a seamless transition. My
Okay, well, that's
understanding is
good.
that special meeting has not been called, and the lease that they would sign with you has not been finished.
no, it hasn't been negotiated.
Yeah, and I want to make it, we've heard, and it kind of makes sense, that nobody wants to give the lease, let the county commission have the lease. And I believe, I don't know whether I speak for both commissioners, I don't think we care about having a lease. My concern is turning it over. We don't want the property not to give it to whoever, because we've heard this, and I've heard this from other people, that we want to take it and haul it away or sell it to somebody else gets it. No, we want rid of it. I want rid of it.
Okay, well, this is great. I mean, this feels like we're very, like, for the first time, like, I feel very clear about what you guys want to see happen with the transition, and that we're on the same page, that transfer of land and transfer of everything else, you want to see it happen at the same time.
ASAP too.
And as soon as possible. And what helps me, I guess, in the meantime, like, to do that is to say, I've got these people that can be on the ground holding this work down and fulfilling these grant outcomes. I can continue to operate as normal, and I'm working to have everything in place to line up with the transfer of the property. All of the operation transfer. I guess my other request would be that, yeah, some regular communication with you all on, like, the check-in of that process, if possible, because it seems like that could be really quick.
Susie, this is first, we want to see the farm successful. We've put a lot of money into it, and we want to make sure that the farm is a success. Number two, I'm glad that you're there, because I know that you will give it your best shot. And you can see that from how the farm has grown from just a dirt patch to see all of the hoop houses out there and everything else that you've done. So thank you. You've done well. Third, we have other things that we need to work on as a commission. So not having, or having one less thing that takes a considerable amount of time during our meetings would be great not to have. Not that we don't want to have you, but it would be great not to have that extra time taken.
I'm aware of that. And
Right, we just shouldn't be in the farming business or the land business, like the Wood Creek Park and.
People that are super, want to nerd out about all this stuff.
Yeah,
And
so.
you guys have other priorities.
So our request, getting your 501c3 in 30 days, I think is going to be a stretch. Unless you're doing like burning the candle at 7 ends.
Yeah.
Get you a good lawyer.
But I mean, you definitely need to hop on that first, and it needs to happen. If you can do it by November 15th, hey, hats off to you. I know others who've tried to do it, and it takes a little bit longer, right, Joy? Second, getting everything else transferred. If we could, let's set a goal of the end of the year, if it's okay with Commissioner Taylor.
But I want to see, excuse me, John, I'm sorry. I do want to see progress and not just December 31st coming to us, say yes or no. I'd like to see progress through the commission meetings.
No, and that's what I mean by the check-ins of like, hey, then I should be on there and I need to know, like, here's what I'm presenting to you guys to say, this is what helps get this done. And do you guys, are you in agreement that this is what helps make this happen? And hopefully it's we're past the point of like not being sure, like on the same page about the transfer.
I think that you could do that with an email.
Okay.
Just a quick email. Hey, this is what's going on. It saves time for you so that you can get all this stuff. You got a lot of moving parts there.
I'd like to go one further, though. I would like you to talk to the commons and talk to whoever you're recruiting for your board, for your 501(c), and try to propose, try to see what you could do with an expedited timeline and come back and tell us, if you have any wiggle room on that. Because I do, like I said, this whole thing with the lease bothers me. The fact that we've been operating outside the scope of authorities bothers me. For lots of things, it's political or not political, insulation from lawsuit and stuff like that. I mean, there's just so many moving parts, and I'm glad to know the URA lease is still intact. But again, that means it's still acting outside the scope of its statutory authority, which is not cool either. So the best solution is, if we can get it transitioned over fast enough that, we don't end up getting sued for something else. And we don't have to take on the lease. But the lease, because it's still in negotiation, they made changes. Now we have to look at it again. So the sooner you can do that, the better, and the less nebulous it'll be. I mean, there's just, it needs to be cleaned up legally, the way it's structured right now.
And to me, the longer you wait, the less the county could probably help you with any kind of funding. Like the state was talking about 27,000. The longer it waits, the more you eat up, in my opinion.
Okay.
The faster you act, the more likely we could help a little more, just to move it on.
Okay, that's a lot for me to think about and take on with the understanding that I'm still responsible for what is currently happening out there. And in terms of, looking at what helps me to do that most,
Some good board members.
are some good board members, but also maintaining the property and the production that's there, because that's been invested, and to me that would just be like throwing money away because they were not going to staff that. And to make the approval on the 2 people for community food system program and a production manager, we also, we had Dina resigned, who's in that sales position. There's still grant funding for that. I'm going to see if I can go ahead and transfer that money to be housed in Sprouting Farms and backfill for that position in that way. The other thing that has been a continual, deficit is program assistant. And I've been communicating with somebody that could help. In my mind, we have money available in ARC for some program assistant funding, and I've been communicating with somebody around, hey, could you support this board recruitment, this board development, potentially expediting this transition and helping to do some of the coordination and management that happens on the farm. Just between the staff need to know what's going on and some direction for them. So I can really focus on the business planning, development, communications with you all to try and make that timeline happen. Those are 2 future things, but the security of the 2 people that I've been proposing in my mind is very helpful in this situation to get to the goal that we're both agreeing we want to do. And in addition to that, so the revenue folks, we got the JTF funding, we can go and throw that in there if there is approval for where that money comes from. It's already sitting in an account and with Sprouting Farms, and then the revenue account reimbursing the county on a monthly basis. So we're not out in the way that we have been, because it became apparent that was too long to be out on some of the stuff, especially for the revenue account. So we got all that for July through September, but at the end of October, anybody that's funded out of revenue, you get paid and reimbursed for that money on the 1st of November. And then anybody for staff expenses through November, pull the wage statements, reimbursed the 1st of December. So we're not out on any of that. And then there's the cleanup of any grant funded staff. When our end date happens, there's that final little bit of grant reporting that is under your watch that has to be cleaned up. And I feel communicating with Gabe and Abby around that shouldn't be a difficult thing to navigate and make sure it gets taken care of.
Okay. I was snickering. If you look at the first sheet, you have your production manager as FF. And then on the second sheet, you got it as FM, which it should be.
Well, I just called her Flan before I named her last name. So
Yeah, so I was just snickering over that. So wasn't nothing you were saying at the time. All right.
Cool chick though. I like her.
Tom.
Well, the only thing I'd say, if you're talking about revenue, I think you ought to use your own revenue account. It shouldn't come out of excess tax.
it doesn't. We separated those accounts. No staff expenses are coming out of revenue because you guys said about the AmeriCorps that you didn't want that. So I took that to mean that we should separate out how we manage those accounts. So there's an excise tab And there is a revenue tab, and all staff are only coming from actual revenue that we generate.
Revenue you
Yeah.
generated.
What?
Have anything?
Well,
So we're not using any excuse me, go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
so the new staff plan shouldn't really be, well, you're talking about starting it in October.
Yeah, because this was all planned for the September 15th meeting that got canceled. And that's like federal fiscal year, which is like coincides with a lot of grants that we have. And I typically do like a lot of the planning around November, December, like for the whole year. I've got a good sense on staffing and revenue at that point, but then a lot of the other budgeting happens around that same time.
What did you base these raises on?
I base it a lot on the work that, like the difficulty of the work that happens out there. To me, it is hard to find people that want to farm. It is hard to have people in September after the whole season say they still want to be a part of it. And if you have people that have that level of sight going on, and if you have people that are come on and say, yeah, I went through this season and this is still something I want to be a part of. Yeah, that's how I feel. And I also look around, I follow a lot of like small farms and I know I can see all the numbers on our other nonprofits, and so I do comparable wages based on what they're paying people to do some entry-level programming work, and then programmatic development work, and then what they're paying for their construction fees. So I look at mostly Sprouting Farms and some of the other partners.
So are you asking us to make what are you asking us to make a decision
I'm
on?
asking you to approve the promotion of Emily Bonzik and Kate Kistler into the new roles that corresponds with the start date of Monday. And that their funding is coming out of JTF, which is available to us. The Just Transition Fund gave us 15 grand, and it's going to backfill on Flannery's position as well. I changed all of this up with the understanding that things were going to get expedited. So I moved the way we spent money around to close out as many grants as possible. The Community Food System Coordinator is all out of the revenue account. And then we have the production managers being funded through the JTF for October, November, December, and then it would be the revenue if our plan was to do that end of March deadline. But it seems like that could be potentially.
Were any of these being, because it's my understanding that in 2019, the commission at the time voted that none of the salaries were to come out of the revenue, or were all of them were to come out of the revenue account, or they weren't to come out of excise tax.
That's correct. We have never spent any excise tax money on staffing.
Okay.
And we send a memo to Gia and Ruth that says, here are the staff that are being reimbursed from the revenue account. This is how much they cost. I look at the wage statements and do the same when I do grants. I send out that memo and then deduct it, as a charge on the ledger that we maintain for that account. And
Okay.
Gia is on the same page, and we make sure it looks.
So as you're moving, so with these promotions, you're basically just moving staff around. You're moving, there was a vacancy, and so you're moving people to kind of backfill the
Yeah, and they're
vacancies.
taking on more responsibility. That's they were in an apprentice role, and expectation was lower for them. And they've been clear about what the expectations are moving forward and what the responsibilities are have been outlined. And they're ready to take those things on. So we've been it's pretty much been like a probationary period with these folks, and I feel confident about like adding,
Now you think
adding
they
more
can
of
do
it.
the job?
Yeah, it's like, you can do that job and we're gonna take off some of the training.
Have we stopped excess tax? Y'all using of excess tax?
You, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Ruth, how much funds is allotted in the excess tax for them?
Excise.
Excise.
Excuse me.
Cracking me up.
I've never got it right. About 35,000? Okay. Now, how much of that money do you think you're gonna need between now and December 31st?
I mean, I can use all the money, like, that's not the that's what this is the situation, and I've been not spending down that money because I've been in this I've been like, what is gonna be the next plan, but I think that depends on, I could buy in a lot of the things, so we've got a few planned projects, there's some fencing work that I'd like to do this winter, some contractual work on a little bit of build out, and then staging the materials that we need, like pretty much the inputs that we need for the upcoming season.
Okay, so as right now, Ruth, correct me if I'm wrong, all that money is still allotted going to the farm for the project.
So sorry about that.
Just the 35,000. Has everything else been cut off? I thought,
Y'all haven't voted to do anything different, so no.
okay,
You have to
well,
vote to do it
well,
differently.
I want to vote. In other words, I'm not going, I don't know how the other commissioners feel about it, but the 35,000, in my opinion, if that's what that's the farm's money, or that's the commission
If you guys say,
contributing to the
here's what you
farm.
can work with, that's.
Well, I'm
what
just,
I'll work
I mean,
with.
in my opinion, you have to cut the money off at some time. So you start utilizing or pushing yourself towards moving the other way.
And that was gonna be my proposal, that, hey, if we're agreeing to this March timeline, I was gonna say, you guys should cut off I would be happy to let you give me the checks for October, November, December, and then cut it off January 1, and you have that money to spend on other
Well,
projects.
see, 35,000, you just said that would get you started and going.
Yeah.
So
Here's a
me-
challenge we have. We didn't even notice this as a decision item.
Yeah.
It's only noticed as a discussion item.
Oh, but-
We would also need to match the rural business development grant, make sure that's covered.
What's a match?
Yeah, and so I can budget, if you guys, if we wanna like put that
Are
on
you
another
talking about the
agenda,
access?
and I can
I'm talking about anything.
I can
Decision on
ensure
anything.
that all of the match requirements that we need for grants can be covered under that amount that's in there, and then we can come back at the next meeting, and we can say, here's what's, we know that we're not gonna get in trouble for the grants that you signed up for, and we can meet our match requirements, and you say, what's left is yours to spend on the farm until you get out.
What are
Well, I think
the
Ms. Taylor's
outstanding
right.
match requirements right now?
It's like 20,000 on the rural business development grant.
I think it's less than that.
As far as our last, reimbursement between and then May and June.
And that can be funded out of the 35 then.
I
Right?
think you're right, Ms. Taylor. I think we can't, but you're right. We can't vote on this.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think you're right. Sorry.
No, our attorney was kind enough to text me rather than interrupt, but yeah, he was right. We didn't notice it properly, but I think, Susie, when we do get it on for a vote next meeting, I'll tell you, I'm inclined to support the personnel requests. That's my inclination.
That would be really helpful to know the less chaos that we can enter into.
As far as any grant matching, if there's 35 in that account, to me, we've met that match with that 35. There's money in there. I would like to know if you have time to try to figure out before next meeting, which is the 27th, what the implications of the timeline Commissioner Lease suggested, especially in light of the fact we have no lease in place with Farmland.
Yeah, I mean, I'm nervous. To me, like, I put together the end of March to coincide with like the end of the next quarter, because to me, the December one is like, we would close out those grants, a couple of those, but
Can you help her
lot
with
to
that
get
stuff?
the federal government on the same page about what we're doing in that timeline, to be
Okay.
honest. It is slow moving over there in a lot of ways in communicating with those folks.
And any update on the 501c3 too?
Yeah, and so I can prepare all of that and think about what that expedited timeline really looks like and what barriers I see to achieving that, and say, here's what I think. I want to make it happen as soon as possible.
Yeah, and
I
if
get
there's a
it.
financial barrier that you can quantify, we'd like to know what it is.
Yeah, I can definitely work on that.
Okay. So just, I mean, just so you know, though, I don't have a problem with how you shuffle your staff as long as it's funded through your grants, which it is. So that sort of stuff doesn't bother me at all. The timelines, we'd like you to take a closer look based on what we said. And what else were you asking us? Was there anything else?
I think that's it, just the approval of the staff and then knowing that this is the expectation moving forward is like very, very helpful for me to know, to feel very clear about what your expectations are around the transition.
Well,
that is helpful, and so that feels like a real goal that I can work towards, and I can be honest about how well I think I can do it.
Okay, and so, and any kind of outstanding obligations too, like Gabe mentioned, there's a match that's still out, and you've got that 35K. I want to know what you've got that you might be able to put toward what, so we can, so everything can be, you know, closed out when it's closed out. But I will tell you that I'm disinclined as far as any more money from the county going from the excise tax. I want to know the implications of cutting that off, because I'm inclined to move that we stop paying into that account, especially with the $35,000 balance. Okay. You guys have anything else you want her to consider? Or, you know, okay. So sorry, one more time. I didn't have COVID, but I was very sick and they had to test me and make sure I didn't have COVID, and he got exposed to COVID at work. So we had to call into that thing, but I was so sick. I just didn't want to have a meeting on substantive issues.
Yeah, that seems to be the situation. So I guess I'm just asking, is there official vote on yes, approving the promotion?
We're not allowed to vote without noticing it on the agenda, and since it just says discussion.
I thought that item was included as decision, and in the form that I had submitted, we talked about decision on that and then discussion on.
It is possible that it is a misprint, but the problem is what we gave the public notice on is, you know, what we have to go by. That's the problem, right?
What if it was postponed from the?
Yeah,
from the 15th?
Postpone, I mean, but so we just didn't, so we left it out. We noticed it on the 15th, moved everything, but didn't notice it exactly properly again today. We're still kind of messed up, right?
I did have a decision on the 15th.
Yeah.
And I guess I just didn't grab that one when I transferred it over.
Okay, is there any chance for, you know, a special meeting on that point, since the discussion has already occurred and it seems like
I'm just not, I mean, well, no, we make everybody else come through here for stuff like that. I was gonna say, it's not something I wouldn't mind delegating to Ruth, but I mean, Anthony, do we have any recourse besides a special meeting or another regular meeting agenda?
I don't think so. Without notice to the public across the line.
Yep.
Even though it's all out of grant money.
Well, but the issue is the county commission is making the decision.
Do we have to make that decision for her, though, is I guess my question.
it's not a
Like,
new hire.
is it
It's
one
just
that,
transfer
is it
of
one that Ruth
documentation.
can make as the county administrator who's over Susie? Or Susie could make as the farm director? All she's doing is shuffling people, moving people up,
It's
like
just a change
say you
in-
would in your admin staff, you know, you've got,
Right.
so say you had a loss, she's just moving
And it's
people up.
It's within the budget.
Yeah, there's no.
And it's the
no
grant,
additional
it's not our money.
So actually, I thought, I don't think the county commission needed to approve Jim Reinehart's salary because it's within the budget, but that's.
Just easier to cross that T, but in
It
this
certainly
case,
is, But my point is, I think if it's in the budget.
and my point is, I'm not sure we have to make that decision. That's it, I guess, so it's I mean.
If the issue is changing the wage structure. Susie's discretion, it's within, she's not doing something that's outside of the budget restrictions.
Yeah, I mean,
Or the grant restrictions.
do you see any issues?
I don't.
Okay. Well, so in that case, Susie, we don't need to make a decision on that. You make the decision.
And I just notified Joy of like, if that, right, the change in wage and the start date of that change in wage.
Yes.
And keep the job description.
Susie, just for the heck of it, I know you said this, it's grant funded, but does any of it come out of the revenue account? Some of it does come out.
Yeah, it's both grant
Okay.
and revenue, but
Okay.
no excise.
No, okay. I
Right,
just
it's
want to
money
make
that
that,
we
make
generate
that
from the
point.
project or
Okay.
from grant.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's not all grant funded, right? But it's still within her budget amount, so it's not like we're having to make an exception to it. I was just trying to figure out, like, why do we even need to
Yeah.
weigh in on how she's running it, as long as we're not offering, as long as it's not a new hire or promotion, or like a,
I guess
you
in
know what I
case you
mean?
can't means no.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm
No,
just
I mean,
saying
you
that's
guys
the
know.
reason we.
Oh, you mean authority wise?
But no big deal. I don't care
Do
one
you,
way or
do
the
you
other.
want to put it on for? a
No,
vote?
I'm
Would you
good
feel
with it as
better with
long,
it?
Okay.
as long as everybody knows that it's coming out of the
Yeah.
farm's revenue
Yeah.
and grant. That's it, not
Yeah,
out of
the
excess.
same.
Yeah.
And she's not creating new positions either, right? You're just, right. Michael, you don't see any problems? Okay, well, Susie, I think you're fine with going forward with that.
Okay, thank you.
Once the money's in for funds or-
No. Good.
Yep.
Anything else?
Oh, yeah.
No,
Okay. You guys.
See ya.
General. Once it's in funds, they have to-
could we put an agenda item on though for the next meeting with regard to the excise tax? What about it? To consider postpone, or at least postponing or canceling any payment of further excise tax toward the farm, pending resolution, especially pending resolution of these questions about, any matches we have, the amount in their account, and how quickly they can get to the finish line on this.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Ruth, can we just delegate that if back into the general account and it just go back?
It's all.
It's that, okay, I'm just asking the question. Yep, making sure. Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
So we can stop, if we want to, we can stop
Tom's gonna
those and
start
then.
calling it the exercise tax.
It's exercise tax. I need the exercise.
I love how it's excess. That's always think when I look at taxes too, I think excess, that's your
I look
subconscious
skinny.
talking.
excess levy in your account.
You know what I liked about that
But
picture on
this is
Facebook? I look skinny.
What picture? All the
Yeah, the three of us.
I
look skinny. I love it.
Kroger pothole. I think that's hilarious. I didn't even know they were making memes about those things.
I know who put that one on.
Oh, you do? It's genius, whoever did it. I think it's funny.
Okay, we had a 911 update on, if you want to postpone that until.
I do. I want to move to
Yes.
postpone it because she's not here. And I have some questions about it.
Okay, can we postpone this?
No. Well,
Okay,
there's one thing we can't postpone. I don't care about the rest.
Okay.
Two things.
all right, let's go.
Okay, so back to the memorial building.
All right,
One of them is the Public Service Commission, so
yeah, there's no charge to them.
we could approve the Public Service Commission for sure.
I looked at all these again and they say to be waived except for on game days. I don't
Well,
know
that's
how,
because there's additional people there.
I don't know how dirty they get on game days.
Could be a lot of
And I
trash.
don't know if they can come up with $1,000 per game day.
That's why they were working on the fee schedule for all of this, and it's just kind of planned. And without a fee or feasible fee schedule.
That was Renee in the Parks and Rec board.
I want you to
Yeah.
consider whether Okie should be under Wayne in some capacity for the purposes of this kind of stuff. I mean, I want you to consider how that should be structured so it's organized. If the Parks Board is directing that, fine, and if he's his own entity, fine. But it's my view, and Amy, thank you so much for like bringing that to our attention and putting it all together. But if they could get on the agenda and present an updated fees schedule, and then give us the opportunity to delegate that. So we don't have to, I mean, everybody needs to be treated the same. So as long as we put how they're going to be treated on paper and implement it, then he can do that. And then if he has questions, he can always consult with Anthony about whether something qualifies or not. And we'll get a legal opinion on it. And that's that. I still don't think we need to make exception. If Anthony thinks it should be referred to us, then then we can make a decision, but otherwise.
So why don't you guys look at the fee schedule that was presented before and decide if that's what you want to adopt? And then Oki can.
Send
work
out a
on
check.
it.
We
Yeah,
resent-
Oki can work. I don't see, I mean, why do we have a manager? if it's not on the
I
manager?
know, I don't know. Will you resend it to us though, so I can dig for it?
And put it on the next agenda?
Yes,
Okay, that doesn't help these.
because that'll make us do it,
Well-
even if you just send it with our preparation materials, Amy. I mean,
What
that'd be
is
fine.
the, how much is the trash service fees?
I don't know. I.
Well, that would be a
I've never seen
nice,
any of it. I don't know anything about it. We used to have, when the memorial building was first built, there was a board that managed all of this. It came up with fees, it took, that had bank accounts. I think there's still a fund for the building, but it kind of dissolved in the 90s and the commission just took it over.
I think
But
the
that's about the time.
Parks
they
Board, I
stopped
think it's a fine thing for the Parks Board to do.
You know,
Well, why not? It is a park and recreation, it's a recreation center.
and during
make
these
sense?
midget league games,
I
they're
want to ask
lucky to
Lauren
get
Weatherford. She's on.
$20 to $30 with people coming in to see their kids play. Because people just aren't interested like they used to be. And it's an unfortunate thing. And there's no way we could charge them $1,000 every game day to do that. I mean, that's nuts.
So the fee schedule will be on there. I need to get Lane and Oki and Ruth. Okay. So
Well, yeah, but.
So back to the letter.
Back to the letters, yeah. Even though I'm reading something else, I've been waiting to go back to the letters.
The first one, because AAU, I think that they can afford to pay. These midget league,
Well, we're not sure they would pay without an approved schedule, so.
Well, and we also don't know, I mean, I want to know who qualifies and who doesn't under this exemption. I mean, what is the
I
law
think
say?
it was just nonprofit, if they're registered as a nonprofit.
I think that's the way it was too, what I remember. It was just a nonprofit.
So, okay, so that might not be a cool enough way to go since they still might be able to afford it.
Well, I mean,
For a nonprofit, I know how that works. Just because you're a nonprofit doesn't mean you don't have any money.
Women's Resource Center shouldn't be charged.
These other ones are just two one-day meetings, this public, the,
Public service, yeah.
yeah, the Public Service Commission, PSC meeting, they shouldn't be charged, they're state entity.
But they will still provide insurance liability document.
I don't think they need to have that fee that, oh, it's gonna be waived, never mind.
And if the youth basketball could get enough parents to clean up after themselves.
well, I mean, to me, I was even going to suggest, once we got this, if there's any way then people could have a cleanup crew and Oki or somebody just oversee and make sure they clean it
Well, that's
correctly.
what the fee is for, because Oki has to be there.
Yeah, that's just for Oki then, to be there, right?
And if he had, sometimes he had
A helper.
a helper.
Okay, okay.
But I haven't seen him.
No, I don't think it's $1,000. That $1,000 is the rental of the building. The janitorial fees and cleanup is separate.
They're not identified though, they're not enumerated, there's no number.
Yeah,
It's probably just per hour.
I think it's per hour, yeah. It's
Reimbursement.
an hourly rate.
That was too many moons ago.
Okay, so you want to tell them they can't use the building? or- Well, I never saw a check from you either, but that Renee might have collected it through the park.
Well, the park, they were supposed to take care of all that. Parks and Rec was supposed to take care of all that. What I remember.
Which again, would make more sense that a lot of this goes through the park.
Mhm. I have no problem with that.
All right,
So would you like to tell these people, since we don't really have a fee schedule,
That's the problem. We don't have a fee schedule.
Just let them use it. Let Oki set up a schedule with them. And when we send a letter, we'll ask that they have a cleanup committee to help maintain, since we don't have someone that can be there to clean.
And if they don't do it, then they'll be charged.
Yes,
Good idea.
Okay, so do we need to change these letters?
yes.
Okay.
Well, just the ones that have the track, just the ones,
These two,
right?
we'll vote on their public service, the public hearings,
And the Women's Resource Center.
Yeah.
Okay, so I move that we approve the letters as written for the Women's Resource Center use of the building and the Public Service Commission use of the building on the dates they requested.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Just say it could be up to $1,000.
So it says the rental fee and the custodial service fees will be waived, and you could always just add unless.
Yeah. If the building doesn't need a fee, we'll be charged.
There you go. Just like you do at them cabins down at Gatlinburg. If you don't clean them up, you're charged.
Yep.
Or if you
Gatlinburg
rent the
comes
wrong one,
in.
you have to pay it when you get there.
Really?
Yes.
Incorrect.
Even if we're like, though, even if we're doing this to Mr. Okie Skidmore, I still want to say to Mr. Skidmore, like the dear Okie, I mean, we don't have changing today, but I know.
Agreed.
I know it's easy. I mean, that's how we all refer to him, but I want to do
That's how
letters.
we've always done
I think there should be a form that they fill out and then you will sign off on it. and mark
Okay,
them.
so you're changing the language and you'll approve
Yes.
those letters. Okay, so once you change them, next is
Appalachian Power.
AP easement agreement.
Did you see this, Anthony? Okay, good.
That's just basically an easement for, to maintain a power line. It's fairly,
And it's,
I mean, it's the same form they use over and over.
and it's over hazard mitigation property that the county is responsible for.
Yeah. I was looking at it.
And this should go to Oak Hill.
No.
It's county owned
It's
property.
county.
County owns- I'm
Has
assuming
to
the county owns the property.
Yeah, I think county owned it's county owned property.
No, I'm reading it the way John read it. You're not reading it that way?
No. I think that this property is located in Oak Hill proper.
I mean, I'm not pulling up the lat long on it, but the way they described it, it sounds like it is.
It's what?
Just says situated in Oak Hill Corp.
Yeah, it is within Oak municipal limits,
Yeah.
but it's property that's owned by the county.
Hazard mitigation, do like FEMA, like, so.
It was flooded and it was a FEMA
flooded,
buyout.
So FEMA bought it out, so now the county. has it.
And then it was immediately deeded to the county.
But if it's within corporate limits, just like Mount Hope owns their property, they take care of all the property.
The county owns property. in
Yeah,
Denver
we
that's hazard
we own
mitigation
property in
We
Mount
own
Hope too.
Mount Hope property that's hazard mitigation.
Yeah.
property.
Well, I'll say
Because it's a
this,
FEMA buyout.
assuming that the county owns this property, I have no problem with the use.
Okay,
Well,
I believe I sent
your
it to
client's
Kristy.
name is misspelled, as the county clerk pointed out.
One S, two S.
Two M's and two S's.
And we need the dates in there,
We
or the
usually,
deed record numbers.
They're referencing it by parcel ID.
Oh, I see. Okay.
all right. What's your wish? Need a motion?
I motion to approve.
Okay,
I'll second it.
okay, we got a motion to approve in a second on the Appalachian Power easement agreement. All those in favor?
Aye. Oh, parcel.
No, there's a map.
Go ahead, Ruth.
So the next one is a request from Canal Falls PSD to reappoint Chairman Jonathan Gross to the board.
Good move. They were,
Wasn't he on the health board with me?
yes. And they were 300 and, I want to say $60-some thousand in debt when he took over with the other two commissioners and,
He is sharp. He's a numbers guy. He works at the bank down there.
yep. Well, no, in Beckley.
Hmm?
He works
I
at the
thought he
bank in
worked-
Beckley.
Is it City though? City National?
Yeah,
Yeah.
in Beckley.
I thought it was in Montgomery. Yeah, I move that we approve the reappointment of Jonathan Gross to Canal Falls PSD.
I second.
Okay, got a motion and a second to approve Jonathan Growth to the PSD. All those in favor?
Aye.
Next one, Ruth.
Okay, so this is a letter from Fayette County National, basically saying that I can approve whether or not somebody has view-only access to the accounts, because I don't know who's been requesting or whatever, but she said it's been a mess. So it doesn't really change anything, just saying that I can say, yes, you can have access, or no, you can't.
Who knows that? If somebody requesting,
And view-only access, I'm assuming, yes.
Huh.
So, and realistically, I have to sign it, so you guys have to vote on it
I'll make a motion to approve.
and authorize me to sign it.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second to approve the request from Fayette County National Bank and the Fayette County Commission to grant internet banking access to County of Fayette County accounts to Administrator Ruth Lanier. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, the next one is a request from Suddenlink to sign an ordinance, the County of Fayette, granting a franchise to Seabridge Acquisition LLC doing business with Suddenlink for the construction and operation of the cable system.
That's the same thing that we signed.
Yeah, basically you get
Yeah.
franchise fees for it.
Paid for that.
You've looked at it, haven't you?
And that allows them to,
This thing right here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have.
and that allows them to operate in the county. If we don't sign it, they can't operate.
Right.
Oh, I got Suddenlink.
Well, if we didn't sign it, and all the counties in West Virginia wouldn't sign theirs, and we could get a better cable company.
Yeah.
All right, I make a motion to approve. I had to throw that.
Second it.
Okay, we got a motion to second to approve the Suddenlink ordinance with the county. All those in favor?
Aye. Can 7 wait? I'm not ready for that one.
7.
Go ahead, Ruth.
Allison said that she's not ready.
Oh.
She wants 7 to wait.
I want 7 to wait. Can it wait? Is that one that can wait?
Wait from today or
Mhm.
wait?
Wait from today.
Oh, I have no idea. You're 7. 7 is the litter control ordinance and solid waste and hour.
Okay.
So.
What's that about?
The MOU was on the agenda before. It was when we were in grand jury, there was a misunderstanding about. I thought the MOU was fine. I just got a kick out of the fact that it says it's not a contract, but I think it is.
So I'm just trying to figure out what all we're supposed to be doing with that one.
So it's a request from Solid Waste Authority.
Mhm.
iWorks is, it's a permitting software that's used by the building department. You all currently pay $6,000 a year for that permitting software. We can also use it as a citation software to help us better track the citations that we're issuing to Solid Waste Authority. So all the citations that Tommy issues, even if it's not a citation, it's complaints, we can track that better through an online platform as opposed to having paper copies of complaints.
So you'll be able to pull it up and show how many times this place has been.
Ideally, be able to map it also, if they have
Map
mapping
it.
software to go with it.
Is it through, can you do it through Esri?
I believe so. And so, again, you're already paying for it. The MOU is requesting the solid waste authority to be able to use it also.
Okay, and who from the Solid Waste Authority is going to actively take care of the,
I currently, Abby as well, will take complaints on our little paper copy book. We'll get login to the iWork software and start administering some of our complaints and citations through the iWork software.
And Angela said that you can have as many logins as you need. So that
Were you
doesn't
fine
change
with
the
this?
It doesn't cost us anything, so as long as it's.
Well, it just sounds like it just, so the MOU is between us and the Solid Waste Authority, so they can use our county employees on their behalf can use our software. Is that what it is, Gabe?
Yeah,
So
because-
just the county employees, nobody else, you and Abby,
I mean, Tommy might be able.
or Tommy,
Tommy could use it, the litter control officer, hypothetically.
but not somebody who's not a county employee. So we're not giving somebody who's not a county employee access to a county database.
No, but it would be for the purposes of enforcing solid waste.
Solid Waste
authority
Authorities
Ordinances.
is that, can we do that?
I mean, it sounds to me
Well,
like
it's like sharing a software license with an entity that's not us.
Well, this,
Yeah, right.
if this is Esri, it's set up to, when I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Taylor, but I think it is set up to where all these places it can be used.
Well, I think it's a good idea to use the software. I'm just wondering if there's a legal issue with the fact that we have we have a license as the county governments in solid waste.
I have no idea what the software license says and what the rights are of the software license.
What is the software?
iWorks.
Is it
iWorks, but it has a mapping component that you can incorporate into it.
is it with Esri?
I believe so. I think you can use, from what Angela said, any GIS software, any GIS mapping. So yeah, I think you can even use little maps.
Is Angela's office the only office? Is that the office that has it now?
Yes.
I had discussed with Angela getting a log on to answer a lot of questions, and I'm familiar with what she does and building code. I mean, you can even say this person got their electrical.
So I'm sorry, but in your packet also, there's just an enforcement strategy. And part of the enforcement strategy is to just better track our repeat offenders and to have a better log of what our complaints and citations look like for solid waste offenses. Or violations.
So the question magically appears.
On iWorks.
What's her name?
Do you think we're gonna have, I'm not asking the legal question, but how many licenses do we have under that software?
It's not a license. iWorks is a solar company. That's what they do from the country. They do building permits and zoning.
Mhm.
It's cloud-based. Only thing they do is $6,000 a year for them to maintain.
So, but under our agreement with them, who gets to access it?
Whoever we tell them, they set up a user ID. Right now, it's just me now.
Is there a contract with the county?
Yeah, there's a contract every year.
But we can-
Where else is going with this is the county has purchased the right to use the software.
Yes.
Is it going to be a problem for the solid waste authority?
It's a web-based. I don't think it, I mean, when I talk to,
Is that a fair?
so when I talk to the company to see, because right now we use it for dilapidated zoning and buildings. So if you guys gave access to them, they could only use it for their information. They couldn't have access to our building permits to change anything.
Well, where I'm going is if I buy a license with Microsoft suite, one of the Microsoft Office suites or something, and I only have 5 authorized users, but for my family, but I let 5 different families use one of my licenses. That's what I'm wondering, like if we as the county can allow an external entity, which technically solid waste is, use our license.
That would be, I mean, they didn't, if we tell this company that that person is using it, it's an unlimited user. But they are assuming that that person is a county employee because agreements between county commission and our.
I mean, solid waste is quasi-governmental, but it's not the county, right?
Correct.
That part I don't know.
I mean, they probably wouldn't catch us. I'm just asking, I'm just
I see where you're
asking
going
because,
with this, Ms. Taylor. I'm sorry.
yeah, what?
I see where you're going with this. I'm sorry.
Now you get it?
Yeah, I mean,
I get it now.
yeah, they wouldn't care as far as that, because they would assume if we gave someone a username and password that. we
They
gave
had an
permission.
official reason to use it.
Right, because we have unlimited
Well, it is in
users.
conduct of business that would benefit Fayette County.
And as far as the mapping, it's not Esri based, what I've used it for is you can do a report, which layers it with tax maps, and then Jamie can layer it with his Esri.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
in a sense, but you're not actually getting a map that's gonna be right to Esri. Jamie has to do some work to get it there.
Okay, I understand.
But that way, what I thought is if they ever had to go to court with it, they would have a documentation that Tommy went to this site on this day.
No, I think they definitely, I like the idea of them having it is my question
Right.
is, can we do it without violating our agreement with that company?
Yeah, I think when I talked to the company, because I asked them if they could do training with a county employee, and they said if we tell them that that person has the rights, then they don't, I mean, that would be up to you guys if you're giving, because he would have his own login.
But he's a county employee, but he would be acting as capacity. Well, solid waste, we pay your whole salary, right? Solid waste pays part of Abby's salary.
I thought we paid part. I thought that some, correct me if I'm wrong with, I thought some of it did come.
Solid waste pays part of Abby's salary,
Okay.
so part of her salary. I'm just, do you see,
Oh, that's what you're saying.
do we have
I mean-
issues, do you think? I mean,
I've not looked at the licensing agreements, and there's no way I can really answer.
You guys should have a copy of the contract somewhere in the office.
Probably.
Because it was 2 years ago, we've only had the software for 3 years, so they should have a copy of it.
I mean, I can certainly see an argument that they're acting as county agents.
well, they are on the litter control and stuff. I mean, I think it's less of a stretch after something Angela said, but I don't remember which thing, but something after she said, I think it's less of a stretch since they are kind of, even though they're their own individual entity, they're quasi-governmental and they're acting on behalf of the county's interests.
Solid waste authority as an entity access.
We're granting a county employee, but it would be to do business on behalf of that entity, technically.
And Ms. Taylor, do you want us to postpone this to the 27th?
Yeah, well, is it going to create too much of a hardship, Gabe, if we postpone it to the 27th? Because I want to look at the strategy. When is the solid waste meeting again?
The fourth Thursday of the month.
Okay, so we could do it on the 27th then.
So that's after ours, yeah. That'd be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we do have a few people kind of banging down our door to increase enforcement in parts of the county. So there are some other things we'd like to get into effect also. An MOU to work with the municipalities is another part of that strategy, that draft strategy. And I do know we probably, according to some things that John has read and some are Tommy, our litter control officer, has read, that we do have the authority to go into places like Meadow Bridge. However, not being a lawyer, I would feel more comfortable if we had an MOU in place saying that Meadow Bridge said we could come in and do enforcement within their municipal boundaries. Anyways, that's another part of the enforcement strategy that would go along with.
I think that's I think that might be statutory though, that if they
It
don't
is
have their own
statutory.
thing that the county can go in. I think it's statutory, but Amy
it
just forwarded us an article during the break about Raleigh County Commission did take some action against some property owners and put them on notice. So, I mean, I know we're working toward that with our ordinance and everything, but and I know the sheriff brought up an idea one of his deputies had about putting dumpsters in the far reaches of the county in order to do that. That item, along with this litter control strategy, I would like to get on the agenda, and I would like the solid waste authority folks to come. Now, I'm not saying that they need to all of it, like we can do the software thing separately, but I want to hear from them because I understand that they had some concerns about this dumpster plan. So whenever the sheriff gets this on the agenda, I would like you guys to, I would like representation from the board to be here to answer questions for us, or at least on Zoom. So we can figure out what your concerns were and whether they're mitigatable, and work with our attorney to figure it out.
I think from the last commission meeting, I'm sorry, solid waste authority meeting we had, they are mitigatable, understanding that action needs to be taken and that their concerns have been addressed. They want to move forward with enforcement, but I'll let them speak for themselves.
Okay.
And Anthony, this is for you. A lot of times when Tommy goes to court with these people with fines, the magistrates just say, okay, don't worry about it, it's canceled. Don't even enforce it. So.
Okay, so
I'd like to hear from,
Tommy would be glad to sit down and talk with
I'd
you.
like to hear more about that, because generally, I mean, I can't say I've ever been involved in a litter citation, but you know, typically what happens in magistrate court is the state through the prosecutor and the defendant through their attorney work out some kind of a plea agreement. It's presented to the magistrate. Generally, they'll accept the agreement, and that may include jail time. It may not. It may include fine.
Is it jailable?
I'm just talking
Okay.
in
In general
sense
terms. Yeah.
about criminal cases, but I mean, John, I don't know what to say. I'd like to hear what Tommy has to say about that. But I mean, from my perspective, if we're not enforcing the litter ordinance by imposing fines, there's really no incentive to follow the law.
No, but we could put them on customer service. I mean, not customer service, community service.
Have them answer those for me, please.
Well, but my point is if there's no punishment, there's no incentive to not, you know, throw litter all over the place, return your property into an open dump.
Correct.
I mean, I've got one right up the street from me, and the Mike's going to kill me for saying this, but there's vision in the somewhere in the Western Code, in the chapter 61, if I remember correctly, sheriff's department can enforce it.
It's either 61 or 63. I can't remember which one it is.
Maybe it's 62.
No, it's not
But
62.
Anyway, there is a statute that gives the sheriff's department the ability to enforce litter.
We have litter control. We have several.
Okay, so what do we want to do with number 7?
Move it to the 27th.
Motion to move number 7 to the 27th.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion second to move number 7 to 27. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
But I do like where you're going with this.
I have a meeting.
Yeah,
this week.
I just want to make sure, can you just call them and just let them know that, you know, it's to benefit one of our
Thanks, Anthony.
boards.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let me know what they're saying. I think it's a great idea, and I think they need it. I just want to make sure that if we have to pay a little extra, whatever we have to do to make sure that we're covered.
I'll check with Amy and see if we can find the agreement. to see
Okay,
what it says.
Ruth, let's go ahead.
And I'll look at the strategy.
Ruth, let's go ahead with number 8.
Appointing a Fayette County representative. The NRGRDA suggested a guy from Raleigh County.
The executive director of the Boy Scouts, the summit, the guy who was here for the bonds, that's who NRGRDA has told me anyway, that it would like to have a representative from that group just because of the broader reach of the Boy Scouts beyond the county for economic development. My concern is this, and of course we have a second applicant in the form of Thomas Oxley. I thought Dave Arnold was going to also apply in case. But anyway, my view is this: while I agree that having the head of the Boy Scouts would be a great idea on their board, I do not think somebody who is new to the area and who lives in Raleigh County is the right person to be the Fayette County representative on the board.
Can I just chime in? Oh, sorry. can I just chime in real quick? I know Jenna was really hoping to be present for this conversation. And unfortunately, she had to step away we're working on a 6-state USEDA funding opportunity right now. She just asked if there's any opportunity for us to just move this to the next commission meeting so that she can be available if possible.
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't have a problem with it, but you're gonna have to do some real convincing to me to change the way I want to go with this. I'll let you know straight up forward right now.
I will throw my 2 cents in. I like Mr. Oxley, but I don't feel that he is a forward thinker that we'll need for this position. This position, someone really needs to be thinking 6 months to a year ahead.
What do they need to think about, John?
I did talk with Patrick last night. He looked for a home here in Fayette County, wanted to live in Fayette County, but he couldn't find one. He could either find one that was a trash dump for 20,000 or find one that was 500,000.
I don't doubt that.
And he couldn't find a home in his price range. So that's why he went to Raleigh County for now, but they're going to continue to look in Fayette County for a home.
I got 53 acres out there.
Well, Jenna, here's one thing though. Jenna, if Dave Arnold is indeed still interested in serving, given that we have some differences of opinion, at least currently, on who might be best for that board, could you reach out to him and ask him to go ahead and submit his application so we can consider it?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, and I appreciate you all pushing it off. I think Jenna really wanted to be a part of this discussion, but this conversation, like I said, it's just like organizing 53 different folks.
I don't mean to put John in a position, but dang, I got ready to say a bad word there. The 6 month, thinking 6 months in advance, John, what would they have to think of 6 months in advance?
Well, let's think of longer than 6 months. Let's think of 3 years.
Okay, 3 years.
What kind of?
What's he thinking about for 3 years in advance?
Well, they're looking at manufacturing. They're looking at homes. They're looking at a lot of different things. Tom's great if you ask him about sewer and water. And he was the city manager for Oak Hill, but he went back because they didn't want him as a city manager. They made him a councilman, and he ended up being a councilman at large and did a great job at that position.
Tom, I think Jenna's happy to share why we feel as though I'm sure Tom Oxley is an excellent candidate. But I think Jenna has some specific ideas around introducing Patrick to the board. And so I think if we could just table this until next time, I think maybe she would prefer to be here for the conversation or even have a chance to talk before then if possible.
Well, I know I didn't articulate all of them either, but I move that we go ahead and postpone the discussion on the NRGRDA board appointment to the 27th.
Okay, I'll second, but you just tell her she better be ready.
Okay, I'll tell her, Tom.
And the same thing about
second to move the discussion for NRGRDA to the 27th. All those in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Okay, next is report.
Okay. Standard tax. Need a motion.
I looked at it. I think I'll make a motion to approve it.
I second it.
Okay, got a motion and a second to approve our taxes due to the state. All those in favor?
Aye.
The next one is the final statement for approval and signatures that can be published for $15,000.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion to second to approve the what is this?
The financial
statement.
Sign the sworn statement, so it can be put in the paper.
Yeah, to be published. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You can also have these letters for the DRC. One of the orders and the letters for you guys to sign. That's the people you're appointed. You just need to sign.
Oh, for the other two.
Okay, there's just one signature on the financial statement.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's it.
No, I didn't. Thank
All
you.
right, next is vehicles.
Financial statements.
Mike?
Okay, vehicles. Mr. Sheriff? Oh, hey, man, that's a bad photo.
Yeah, there are three, there's six total.
Real quick, it's been a long day for y'all, but definitely at the bottom. We're in dire needs of vehicles. I just had another one, went down yesterday, one of the Tauruses. We had a gasket, it's up in mileage, I don't have it in front of me right now. We have deputies driving Crown Vics that are marked and
That actually has a reconditioned.
reconditioned title on it that can be used for emergency calls.
What does that mean?
It means it was crashed and
It should be a
totaled out.
parts
It should be a parts car.
Okay.
But it's not being used for emergency services. I'll let you know that. He's driving back and forth from work just to be able to get here. You know, from past budgets and stuff, we lucked out, was able to get 10. We're down to nothing. We heard him. I'm requested, Ruth and I talked. I mean, I've got, and here's another bad thing for new cruisers. You can't find them anywhere. If we would place an order now, you can't place it through Stevens Auto until November, and it's 6 to 9 months out from that. We'll be, a lot of them be walking, and we'll be doubling up. I did find 3 cars right now sitting on the ground. What? Yeah. 3 cruisers right now are 2021s. They are Jenkins Ford and Buchanan. They are the same exact thing that we get through state bid. State bid prices of $33,250. This gentleman is $32,975. And I mean, it's a saving of 3 vehicles, $875, but they're on the ground.
They're 3,200 apiece.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
3,200, absolutely.
32.
Yeah,
Thousand.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. My gosh.
3,200, we'll take
Skip
10.
Yeah, I think 10 of them right
Man,
now.
I'm sorry.
You're looking for
I usually
outfitting
don't do
for
that.
3 cruisers, it's 98,925, and then what I got, and he's still going to notice back the quote that I got back a long time ago for the budget, $12,038 to outfit them with everything. You're looking at $136,77 for 3 fully outfitted vehicles. Will this get us out of dire needs? Yes and no. Ruth talked to me before. There's a couple that we have to get rid of, but that's where we stand. I'm in dire needs of vehicle commissioners.
Well, I'll tell you the way I feel about it, Mike. I feel that in this, you need the vehicles. I feel that if we don't purchase the vehicles, we're gonna have to end up paying about $10,000 more vehicle in the next 6 months to a year. And I may be wrong, but this thing is really heading towards the toilet, the way everything's going the last 6 months, 9 months since January 22nd, 21st, 20th. Guess y'all get that, right?
And I even pulled up some stuff and gave it to Ruth. I mean, I think this gentleman, I don't want to say 100% sure, so I talked to him again because I've been over here, didn't know when, how things were going to happen. But this is in-state, under code 7-1-11, it said under emergency situations, you don't have to give out bids. I don't know if we have to. He might be state bid because the way it's written, and Marion County used him and different counties used him. But Miss Ruth wanted me to find out some stuff, and I just haven't yet. I haven't called him back and asked him to the state bid, but it's the exact same thing. It's cheaper state bid, matter of fact. So,
Ruth, what's the budget?
We haven't, and I have 2 different places we can do it.
Can't do you?
Can you call him real quick and see if he still has them?
oh, he put him on hold. I said,
Look
Ruth
at
told
his
me-
face.
You'd have to declare it an emergency that you need it, otherwise I think you got to bid.
And that's why I want to make sure underneath that. We are, there's no vehicles nowhere. There's in Pennsylvania, there's some.
How many are you short?
Don't ask him that question.
No, I mean, but you're using the Park Services vehicle for patrol, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so help me define the emergency is what I'm asking.
Well, there's 2 emergencies, one per se. One, I'm probably about 6 down, if not more, honestly. I think it's more than that. I'm just, that's a small. And 2, even if we went through state bid, I cannot place an order to November, and then it's 6.5 months out from that, that they will be delivered. And these are on the ground set and right now ready to be sold. And
I think so.
What-
You could, if you had to do a bid, you could put that the bid would have to be, immediately available power.
And I did that also. I've already got all that together. I got 4 other quotes that are out of state. And this is the only one I could find in state, and he was cheaper than all of them. And it's Buchanan, instead of going up on the other side of Pittsburgh and the other side of Ohio. That's what really be.
I can't figure that one out.
So, Michael, under those circumstances, I mean, do we have enough of an emergency situation to declare it, or what do we need to consider?
It's not defined in the code. Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you specifics, other than if they're performing patrols in
A parked car?
car, that's probably.
Well, and the others are well over 200,000 miles. I mean, they're wearing down. Then everybody knows there's a vehicle shortage right now.
The biggest thing,
Just
I think
to
what
get
the
a
other sheriff said,
POV.
and
What?
you, Mike, you can listen to this, and commissioners, they said, it's public safety issue. Our officers ain't safe to serve the public because we're in junk. And we don't have any cars, more or less. So that's how the other sheriffs throughout the state done it, because Harrison County, Hancock County, Cabell County, a bunch of them went to these different areas and did it that way. And so they said, just follow the code. And I said, that's why I brought it to you. But y'all, the bosses, I just know this.
What's your
if I don't
concern?
call- I know if I don't call him today and tell him that we get them, they're gonna be gone because you got people waiting.
Do you think we need to make a declaration to do this? And how do you?
I think if you make the motion to, accept it and to purchase it, that you just put in the motion, that the emergency situations, which would include that you have vehicles that are not fit for duty, and you otherwise have vehicles that are not specifically designed for law enforcement, and therefore it's constituting a public safety hazard to the county of Fayette, citizens of Fayette County, therefore it constitutes an emergency, to immediately procure 3 vehicles,
Okay.
police vehicles.
That sounded great.
All right, I've got it written down. All right, I move that we approve the sheriff's request because we do have an emergency situation where there's a car shortage. The vehicles they're using are unmarked, some of them, and they're not designated for law enforcement use. They're probably also not designed to reach the kind of speeds and handling that a law enforcement cruiser should. And that does indeed create a public safety issue because either we can't field enough officers on the road, and the ones we do, unless we want to put those officers themselves in danger and anybody near them when their car falls apart. So
I second.
Did you indicate how many?
3.
3,
Yes.
at the total of, what is it, 106,000?
For outfit and everything.
Everything.
136,077.
136,077, and that's 98,925 of that is for the cars themselves,
Yes,
and the
ma'am.
other
And
amount
then
is
the
to outfit
other
them.
12,384 is getting them outfitted. per
And then
car.
ask them if they'll take a P card.
She wants to get those points on that P card.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to obtain 3 cars for our sheriff's department. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I'll call them.
Thanks, buddy.
Just that, I was impressed and wrote everything that Michael said down.
Well, I did because I knew I was going to have to repeat it.
Yeah, I couldn't write that fast.
You know, Tom was just gonna say,
Whatever Mike said.
yeah, whatever Mike said,
Yeah, what he said.
or so moved.
Here are the other, right? Was there 5 letters in it?
Yes,
5
there
letters
was.
total, so those are the other 3.
Yep. see you, Mike.
Cheerleaders. Bill Samples.
Bill Sanders and Danny Swank. So I got.
I need the cheerleaders then.
Good Lord.
Here's the 2 letters from the baby.
Okay.
There'll be a third in 1 minute.
What do you do? Just make a copy of that and send it to the requester? A copy of those letters and send a copy to the requester?
Yeah, I CC.
We actually scan.
And I have email for.
And then the last thing is future agendas and ARP funding requests.
I would like for us to ask all of the non-municipality PSDs to come up with a plan. Not just, we would like to have money, but to come up with a plan to, let's say, $50,000 per non-municipality PSD. How could you use, $50,000? Would it be on projects? How would it be?
For what now? What are you talking about?
He's talking about for the ARP funding. I think it's a good idea, but I wouldn't just say, okay, everybody gets 50,000. That's like giving a pay raise across the board. I would like to see them come in with proposals about how they could enhance, especially New Haven. I know New Haven and White Oak in particular have a bunch of issues. There are people in the New Haven district don't have water at all. So yeah, I would like to see them come in.
I thought we was waiting until
We are, I think. I mean, I think we ought to have a ARP workshop when we're ready to do that. But in the meantime, we could get the word out to the PSDs and the public that we're going to have ARP workshop, and maybe we'll schedule it after the beginning of the year. But
see, this is grants and extensions and everything is what you're talking about, right? Well, see, I thought NRGRDA wanted all the municipality, all the PSDs to contact them on the extensions or anything they wanted to put into a big water and sewer development.
They're working on what needs to be covered in order to have water and sewer throughout the county. There was nothing specific about them calling them.
well, can't Region 4, isn't that what Region 4 does? Can't Region 4 rally them? And
Yeah, they were doing it also. So
I feel like we do need to have an infrastructure type workshop with regard to the ARP funding. I don't think it should necessarily just be infrastructure only, but I think that should be the primary, the primary thrust of it, because that's what it's earmarked to do. And then maybe have a, for the health department and Mr. David and the community related things that people want money for, that could be a second part of that workshop. But I think we're going to have to do an ARP funding workshop where we hear all the requests at one time so we can consider them all at once instead of having them filtering in one by one.
So for those requests, I think it'd be better if they were uniform.
yes,
Like,
Did we still Kanawha County's form yet? Didn't we?
We did, but
there's complicated.
yeah, and they sent out another one,
The state, I think,
CCAWB.
yeah, sent out like an example.
one
Letting Ben
page.
Salango do all the work for us.
Yeah.
Well, it was a 1-page form and it was to the point.
And we
And
like
I
that.
think putting like, so it's basically a cover page and they can make their proposal as complicated as possible, but we still want like a summary instead of.
Well, get us the form, or, you're the one who's gonna have to tell us, how to manage it all. Just come up with a form.
So y'all are good if we come up.
Just come up with form.
what we want,
Yep.
and- Okay, that's what we'll do.
Yep. And then anybody's put one in, you could just send the form to them and say, hey, could you go ahead and fill this out? It's gonna help us prioritize it. But I definitely want a part of it, just like an agenda, any request item. How's it gonna benefit the whole county, not just, or at least a big chunk, how many people will it benefit, or that sort of thing.
because
Wanna
Mr.
see some-
Perry's going to be coming back.
Well, he'll be back for his church, and then there'll be other people who have things like that. But is it going to be a macro thing? I mean, a PSD is justified, but then, who does
What
your,
about like, so municipalities, Do you want to
No,
consider theirs? or your priorities would be
non-municipalities.
Non-municipalities, and specifically, the health department had sent an agenda request form for this meeting, so
That's specifically for ARP funds.
it is for
Yeah.
ARP funds,
Yeah.
so.
So it would go with everybody else's for ARP.
when we have the
I mean, just
workshop-
because they request to be on the agenda doesn't mean they have to get on the agenda they want. It's,
Okay.
I mean, because of the nature of the request, we're just not gonna hear those issues until, and we do need to hear them, I think, all at once, don't you?
I would rather have.
I mean,
them all
would you
at once.
rather have the whole list and say,
Yep.
okay, as we
And
allocate?
everybody sees what everybody's getting. like
So
that.
what
Right.
timeline are you thinking?
I'm
Like to
thinking
have
after
it?
the beginning of the year. But I would like to see the PSD's proposals sooner than that, maybe by
And
the
they're
end of the
time
year.
sensitive, I'm sure, too.
So could we set up a workshop in November?
For,
Because once you get into
for the
December,
PSDs or for
yeah.
ARP?
The PSDs, I would say.
Yes, because I've been aggravating these two, telling him I wanted to do that anyway, and I know he's been talking
Once you
to
get
him.
into December, you don't get a lot accomplished.
Okay,
Because of the holidays, I mean.
well, let's do a PSD workshop in
And
November.
the reasoning with going with non-municipalities, because municipalities receive their own funding. So
So November 10th?
if that's a good
Lanier.
date.
Hold on, let me look at my,
I don't have my calendar with me. I
The
should
day
have brought
before
it.
Veterans Day.
It's the day before Veterans Day.
Does that help you?
that means it's a long weekend.
That's a Wednesday.
Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah, that's
Veterans Day's
fine.
on a Thursday?
Yeah, this year.
Yep, Wednesday's good.
Most
November 10th.
veterans never get Veterans Day off, for the
I
record.
think Amy has a birthday next week. I'm pretty sure.
Uh-oh.
I
We
don't have
a meeting next
birthdays.
week. We have a meeting tomorrow.
Fairly certain.
Another
I
special.
just get
fund.
older. I don't have
I don't think
birthdays.
so. If we do, I don't have it on here.
That's why we had this.
No, I don't have
Did
anything
you
on
make
here.
this one here?
I did not. This
No,
one did, but I said
that
it
was
was.
the comment. I wrote it down because somebody had made that comment at some point.
Well, I made the comment, but you wrote it
Is
down.
that where it was?
Okay, so we just needed to discuss that, right? Do we need to look at the agenda for
I
next?
think we've got time to look at it.
Your
We've been
agenda is
here,
pretty well
and
set.
I'm not paying
Yeah.
attention. I'm sorry. Been here too darn
That's
long.
fair provisions.
Well, Mike, what's up?
They don't take a P card.
That sucks.
Well, he said, I asked him, I said, well, my county administrator really wants, he goes, we gotta pay a fee, we don't make money off these cards. I said, I get it.
Yeah. I tried to pay.
That would be a heck of a 10.35% fee.
From now on, like if anybody wants to do business with the county commission, they better accept a P card. or
Yeah.
that's it.
Right.
Let's see if I can
How
get
much
this.
sticking around for a minute?
So are you sticking around for a minute? I think we're about to.
Oh, I have to go get that other.
I need y'all to look at this list of my stuff I want from Dr. David to see if it has everything on it you want. I want to get that to him.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna go get some printouts for them.
The loan
They
structure
scanned
for
this
the
letter real
Pennsylvania or Pittsburgh, whatever it's called.
The bank.
Yeah. You notice that was for him and his development of his properties. You noticed his stuff. You didn't
Yeah,
want to say it to start with.
but you heard him say that he did nothing on his son's house. And I feel that he did.
Yeah.
We're still on, we haven't.
All right,
Convened.
anything else?
Are you gonna discuss future agendas? or
No.
just we'll leave it?
No,
send it
we're
out?
gonna-
Okay,
we'll leave it.
I'll just send it out what I want on there. About 16
Okay,
things.
so somebody make a motion.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Oh, we are completed.
Oh.
Amy left us.
That's copies of all of it.
On that. On Zoom.
Yes, yes. What?